This time last year, I admitted to a psychiatrist that I was suicidal and was going to jump in front of a train. So he admitted me to hospital. This is where I met Bradley, who was still rolling cigarettes as I sat waiting for my room to be cleared. I asked him how long he'd been in the hospital. He said 5 months, and I gulped. 5 months in the loony bin? But he seemed normal, calm, content. Maybe that would be me, because right now I was a wreck, shaking, on the verge of tears. My own mind had turned against me, screaming at me that I was weak and pathetic for not killing myself. Seeing him gave me a glimmer of hope, a lit match on an ocean of darkness to guide me out of this hell. He gave me some advice. Stay out of my room, socialize, and do the groups. He told me he was putting on a pub quiz in the main lounge, and that I was welcome to come. And I said that I would. Bradley was nice, and we got on well. We watched NCIS together, and he always loved the art I drew during therapy. He showed me his card tricks, we watched films together, and smoked together. After a week of bonding, we were watching Hacksaw Ridge. He reached his hand over to mine, then I held it after a moment of hesitance. He kissed my forehead and told me he loved me. I believed him, but I was scared. I started crying on his shoulder, his blue fleece jacket soaking up my tears. I hadn't felt loved in ages. I hadn't had anyone tell me they loved me in even longer, and we started secretly going out, as he warned me it was against the rules of the hospital. I was so excited. Almost 19 years without a boyfriend. Yet here I was. I'd found true happiness in a place of brokenness. Someone who loved me and understood and accepted me, even though I hated myself so deeply. Then, little lies started, so subtly. He told me he had no visitors. Then they arrived. He told me he managed a restaurant full-time. Yet another nurse told him he was to collect his job seeker's allowance one morning. He told us during group therapy that he had a 3-year-old son, when another nurse reassured me he had no children. Then one day, he spent his time extremely moody, withdrawn, and kicking and punching walls over his dead father. That was the only thing that came out of his mouth that was ever confirmed to be the truth. Then after weeks of being together, he was sent to a different hospital in the middle of the night while I slept. He was ripped away from me. I went hysterical. I was in floods of tears and tearing my hair out until another patient gave me his number, writing it on the back of the King of Hearts drawing I'd done for him. I sent him a text saying I loved him. At exactly midnight that night, I got a call from him. He told me how crap his new hospital was, and that they were only allowed out for cigarettes every hour on the hour, and that he'd been denied a last cigarette before bed. He continued to tell little lies, telling me that he got severe food poisoning from the hospital food, and that he'd lost 1/2 stone in a day from vomiting. He also told me he hugged another girl, almost as if he was trying to encode jealousy from me, but I trusted him. He got discharged before me, and that's where things took another turn for the worse. In between lies of owning a Land Rover, a Range Rover, a Bentley, a Rolls Royce, and a company van for his as of yet unclear job, take your pick between security guard, songwriter, bodyguard, floor fitter, hitman, chef, assistant manager at a Domino's Pizza, and the list goes on, and buying a Lamborghini for his 16-year-old sister's first car. He began to tell disturbing lies. That his ex, and mother of his up to 5 children depending on the day, was a severe alcoholic who used to beat him. He would break down to me on the phone saying he had flashbacks of when he dropped a glass and heard it smash, and told me he was off to do bodyguard work for Ed Sheeran in Manchester when he was in Australia at the time, and that he had to rent a hotel room for it. Only after the fact did he tell me that he shared the hotel room with another girl and even slept cuddling together, but that nothing happened. At this point I was so used to him lying that I felt nothing. If anything, I found it sweet that he was trying to provoke jealousy. He seemed deeply insecure about being perceived as boring. He never had a dull day. He was chasing down people for money, collaborating with Ed Sheeran, teaching Gordon Ramsay a new recipe, and partying with Little Mix, or getting high off his olanzapamine. I got discharged about a month after he did. We lived miles away, him by the coast and me near the city. I always told him he was welcome, but there was always an excuse to why he couldn't come and see me. In the 6 months we dated, he never once saw me. Then one night, I call him up. I ask him how he is. He replies in a ragged, breathless grunt, "No." I ask him what's up, concern ringing in my voice. "I've cut myself," he answers bluntly. Immediately my mind goes to survival mode. I ask him how deep and how much is bleeding. He said it was a deep cut he did with a Stanley knife on his arm, and the blood was all over the floor. I asked him if he'd called an ambulance. He said they'd be 4 hours away, and I found that odd. I'd never heard of an ambulance crew once say how long they'd be. I tell him to tie a tourniquet above the wound. He says he can't be bothered. I tell him to raise his arm above his head. Same response. He hangs up, saying his hand has gone blue and numb. I found that a bit odd. If that were the case, he would have severed an artery, which kills within seconds. Still concerned for the safety of him, I call him back. No answer. Over the next hour, well into the early hours of the morning, I was crying and shaking in terror, my heart in my mouth trying to get a hold of him. Eventually, someone answered. Not Bradley, but someone who identified themselves as a police officer. They said they had Bradley in another room and were speaking to him to calm him down and take him to the hospital. I said thank you to the officer more times than I could count, in a shocked relief as I bawled over the phone. I went to sleep happy that my baby was safe. Then when I woke up, doubts began to creep in. No police officer would give away information to someone over the phone. Definitely not some random girlfriend. I asked my friend, who was a high-up police officer they knew, who told me the whole story was definitely complete lies. I always wondered why he'd faked a suicide attempt, to listen to me cry, proving my love in the sickest way possible. I was scared to confront him. After all, he was vulnerable like me, and he loved me. I was never going to find anyone else who loved me. So I might as well get used to constant deception and manipulation. I was utterly blinded by love. He called me up one night as per usual, this time doing his bouncer shift. He told me he'd seen a really fit girl, and when he ID'd her, it said she was born in 2004. He asked me how old that would make her, and I said that would make her 14. He was 21, and I was 19. He went off about how attractive she was, and I again reminded him she was underage and that it would be illegal. He ignored me and continued to say, "But you should see her. Then you'd understand." I started to get quite forceful. I was uncomfortable with the situation, which to him just seemed funny. The entire exchange with him left a bad taste in my mouth. He was still, as another patient had put it, a lost boy living in a fantasy world. He acted like a kid, still playing make-believe, and in a way was quite charming, but it revealed a serious issue. Perhaps he viewed himself as a child, and so thought his little crushes were cute. Later on, I came to find out from another patient called Harry that Bradley had routinely assaulted other female patients before me, groping one of them who had a very horrific and traumatic past, to the point where she asked Henry to sit between her and Bradley if they were ever to be in the same room. This left me feeling so stupid for having fallen for his "I love you." It was all lies. That was simply to make me believe that him taking advantage of my vulnerability was anything but predatory. Then the final straw was when he called me up one morning, which was odd in itself. We usually spoke only at nights. He called me up to say he'd been drinking and getting stoned all night, which was again odd, the way he described the effects. I was so screwed up I couldn't sleep. Made me doubt he'd ever tried weed or booze together. But I humoured him after the call, joking with him in a text to save some for me. Again trying to keep hope alive that one day we would see each other again and have him hug and kiss me like we did when we were inpatient together. Then he called me immediately after. I answered to hear a girl screaming down the phone. "Why are you telling my uncle to save you that weed? That's mine, you stupid girl. Why are you texting my uncle that you love him?" "It was just a joke," I explained, taken aback by her explosive hostility. "And I do love him," I explained. "You're pathetic. He doesn't love you." She spat that with pure venom on loudspeaker, and I could hear Bradley laughing in the background like the whole thing was hilarious. Each laugh was like a stab in the heart. "He does." I was struggling to speak now, choking back tears. My whole world was crumbling around me. My chest was growing tight. "He doesn't. Why do you think that, you stupid woman?" She screamed to the sound of his hysteric howls. "Because he said so," I choked out. "Well, he was probably drunk when he said that," she screamed. I heard him say in the background, "I'm always drunk." "And why do you think you're going out with him? What makes you worthy of my uncle?" She demanded to know, her words sharp and pointed as a razor blade. "Because he asked me out and I said yes," I explained, growing scared at my public humiliation that Bradley seemed to relish in. "Leave my uncle alone. If you try to contact him, I'll mess you up." She screamed that down the phone before hanging up, leaving me to cry myself to pieces. I called a mutual friend, a rich friend who Bradley used to buy his clothes. She was furious with him. She left him a scathing voicemail and cut ties with him. Then the flood of calls came in. I let them all go to voicemail. It must have been at least 20. I ignored them, crying myself into a state as I debated to slit my wrists for real and a month's worth of pills for real. I was humiliated, ashamed, spiraling, in shock, disgusted, and dripping with self-hatred. I wish I could say it got better, but it's like an open wound. It scars over, but it never fully goes away. I still miss him. My compulsive liar, attention-seeking, manipulative, and borderline abusive psycho of a boyfriend. Can't get much crazier than hooking up in a locked, acute psychiatric ward. With how enraged he would get, how out of control he would get, whether it was punching and kicking things until he had to be physically restrained, or screaming and swearing over the phone about his made-up problems. I'm terrified to think of what would have happened had we met up outside the secure confines of the 4 hospital walls. I really do hope we do not meet again. My first day moving into student halls, I was greeted by a very friendly guy named Dominic. He was very camp and obviously gay, but I didn't have a problem with that. He offered to help me unpack in my room, then go for a drink with me. Although I thought he was a little too overfamiliar, I was delighted that I had made a friend so quickly and accepted his offer. He put a tremendous amount of effort into helping me put everything in the appropriate place in my room. We then went for a drink at a student bar. I made a point to tell him I was straight, as I suspected he may have a bit of a crush on me, hence why he was being so nice. However, he didn't show any signs of dismay and continued chatting to me. I liked him a lot. He was very intelligent and interesting to talk to, and I was very pleased that I had a new friend already. I was worried that I'd be lonely in the uni dorms. He didn't live in the same building as me. He lived just across. I was studying creative writing, and he was studying business, but we started to hang out a lot. Although I liked Dominic, I did start to find him a little overbearing. He would send me texts and messages on Facebook all the time, and would get upset if I didn't reply, even if it only was about 5 minutes. He would always want to know what I was doing, and if I disappeared off Facebook for a while, he would want to know where I'd been all day. One time, I even sent him a text mentioning I was on a train, and he texted back, "Why are you on a train? Why am I not invited to wherever you're going?" I was on my way to my part-time job. I made quite a few other friends, and he would always show visible signs of displeasure whenever they were around and whenever I talked to him about them. He would tell me he disliked them and that I shouldn't trust them. He was very possessive, and I personally can't stand clingy friends, so I tried to distance myself from him a bit, but the more I pulled away, the tighter he held. I still hung out with him and still cared about him, but I was starting to worry about where this friendship was going. I was pretty sure this guy had a crush on me, and soon my suspicions were confirmed. I met this girl at a party called Anna and asked her out on a date. She accepted. I was really thrilled and told Dominic about it. The second I told him, his face fell. "Why are you going on a date with a girl?" he asked me, sounding very worried. 'Cause I want to? But I'm going to be jealous. Please don't go. It'll really hurt me. You wouldn't want to hurt me. I'm your best friend. I had never actually told him he was my best friend before, and I found the way he was acting now both annoying and a little creepy. "I'm sorry, but I told you I was straight before, Dominic. We can still be friends, but I'm not going to stop dating just for you." He remained sulky and miserable for the rest of the night. I told myself that he'd have to accept it and get over it soon. But when I was on the date with Anna, I kept getting phone calls from unknown numbers. I answered at first, but I couldn't hear anything on the other end. It was just as though someone was listening. I started to ignore the calls, but you would not believe how frequently they were coming in. They started coming in non-stop, and I couldn't even tell the time because they would seriously not stop. I had to put my phone on airplane mode, and after about an hour of my phone on airplane mode, I switched it off. The very second I did this, the calls came in again. Although I was unnerved, I enjoyed my date with Anna, and we agreed to meet up again. When I got home from the date, Dominic was waiting right outside my dorm, his phone in hand. "How was your date? Did you like her?" he asked, sounding miserable. "Yeah, I do." "Why did you keep calling me? Was that you?" "No." He was obviously lying. "But anyway, I've been waiting to tell you, I hear she's a massive slut. She keeps sleeping around with loads of guys. You should stay away. She'll break your heart." Anna had no mutual connections with Dominic, so I asked him how he could possibly know about this. He just told me he'd done his research. I was angered and told him it was none of his business, and that I'd find out for myself. He started crying, saying how he was just worried about me, and stormed off. I think he was hoping I'd follow him, but I didn't, and went to my room, angry that he would try and interfere with my life like this. I have had unrequited crushes on friends before, but they don't feel the same, and I never try to force it. But Dominic only got worse. When I got back to my student room, Dominic had sent me screenshots on Facebook of a conversation he had allegedly had with Anna. The messages showed her boasting to him about how she used me and how she was planning to break my heart. Obviously, this didn't ring at all true. As one, how would she even know who Dominic was? And why would she message him? And two, why would she tell a friend of mine so openly what her plans were for me, when he would obviously just show me? I demanded that he show me the conversation from Anna on his computer screen with me there, but he told me that he had deleted the conversations because they were too upsetting for him to read. I knew right there and then that Dominic was deliberately trying to ruin my relationship with Anna through incredibly deceitful and despicable means, and I told him I wasn't interested in him, that I never would be, and that he better stop right now. He told me that I was being a terrible friend, that all he was doing was trying to look out for me, and he couldn't believe that I was believing a stranger over him. I was seriously pissed off with the way he was acting so selfish and trying to manipulate me now, and I blocked him off social media. He started sending me texts constantly, calling me non-stop, and telling me things like he was so depressed over me, and that he had started taking heroin and was contemplating suicide. Basically, trying to make me worry. He would also constantly send me texts, saying how he knew Anna was cheating on me. Me and her started dating properly, and that I had to come to my senses. He was creeping me out so much that I went to stay with my parents for a bit, as I wasn't comfortable living in the same area as him. I had to block his number because the phone calls were constant. People from my uni dorm were sending me angry messages because Dominic had told them a really twisted version of what was going on, making them think Anna was a dirty STD-ridden whore who I had betrayed for him. It then turned out that he had been lying to everyone, telling them that me and him were in a romantic, sexual relationship, and that I had cheated on him with Anna, then left him for her. I furiously set everyone straight, told them that I had never been in a relationship with Dominic, and that everything he told them about Anna was bullshit. Most people believed me, although it took a while to convince everyone that Dominic was a liar. He was very manipulative, and although a lot of his lies were ludicrous, he was very good at making himself sound legit. I decided to go back to my uni dorm after a while. as it was inconvenient for me to stay at my parents' while at uni, as their house was very far from it. I arrived back there quite late, as I really didn't want to run into him. I was so angry about him. I had a new girlfriend and studies to think about. Yet, because of his obsession and harassment, he was now all I could think about. In a very twisted way, I think this is what he wanted. Positively or negatively, he wanted me thinking about him. When I got back, I lay down on my bed, thinking about what to do, when suddenly a brick came flying through my window. I jumped a mile and rolled over the side of my bed, hiding there for a moment, thinking it was burglars coming in or something. But nothing more happened. Once I got over the shock, I cautiously stepped over the broken glass and tried to look out the window when I got a phone call off a number I didn't recognize. I answered it. It was Dominic, and you won't believe what he said. "I just saw Anna throw a brick through your window and run. I told you she was bad news. You should have listened to me." You would not believe the rage I felt. I was so angry I couldn't even speak for a moment, but then I just exploded. I screamed at him that I knew it was him, and I was calling the police right now. He tried to protest, but I hung up on him and immediately called them. When they arrived, Dominic wasn't in his room, but when it was opened up, a large stash of illegal drugs was found. The manager of my student halls assured me that he'd be getting kicked out for this, and the police said that they would be getting in touch with him. After this, I never saw Dominic again. I changed my phone number and never unblocked him on social media. A couple of times I was tempted to out of sheer curiosity, but decided it wasn't worth it. I think he dropped out, because I don't know exactly what happened to him. My relationship with Anna didn't last. She was never quite clear on why she ended it, but I actually suspect that Dominic's freakish behavior scared her off, even though it wasn't my fault. Ah well, life goes on. Dominic, I hope whatever issues you're going through, you sort them out, and I hope you find a guy who actually does want to be with you. But please, let's never meet again. This happened when I was a teenager, starting about 6 years ago. Ask.fm. If you're not aware, it's a website and app where you create a profile and people can ask you anonymous questions. Your answers are published on your page. It became all the rage when I was at school as a teenager, and a lot of people in my year had it. Despite us being 16 or 17, and nearly adults, there were a lot of cliques, bullying, scandals and drama. So you can imagine some of the stuff people were saying on Ask FM. I decided it would be a laugh to have an account. I got lots of stuff on there. Some of it was pretty mean, but not all of it. I also had a blog for a while, and it suddenly became weirdly popular. My views went from a handful each post to thousands. My blog was linked to my Twitter, which was linked to my Ask, so I started getting people who read my blog asking me for advice. This went on for a while, even after I had left school at 18 and started my first job. Around this time, one particular asker caught my attention. He was called Jamie, about 17 years old, who read my blog and was going through some stuff. Depression, bullying, abuse from his girlfriend and a family that didn't seem to care. He didn't want people finding out he was talking about it, as it probably would have made it worse. He never told me things such as specific locations, even vaguely, other than it was in England, like me, and didn't want to contact me outside of Ask, which I had suggested thinking it would be more discreet. I only knew his first name and the basic details of what he was really up against. I really felt bad for this guy. He felt like he was nobody, and that things would never get better. We spoke often, and though I did my best to cheer him up, I made it clear I was just a teenager with a blog, and thought I would listen. I could not do for him what a professional could, and I urged him to go and get help for his depression and report his bullies. One day, I was on Ask, and something popped through. Someone was saying that they were Jamie's cousin, and that he had confided in them about my blog and Ask. They went on to say Jamie had attempted suicide, and he was now in hospital. I was devastated. I know that sounds weird, but after talking to this guy for a while, I felt so emotional about it. I felt like I knew him. I asked Jamie's cousin to let me know if there were any news, and over the next few days, I had 1 or 2 updates. Things were starting to look better. Jamie was awake and asking about moving schools, which his parents were on board with, having taken his suicide attempt as a wake-up call. He was looking forward to a fresh start, and I was happy for him, though I wished it hadn't have got to this point for his family to listen to him. But then, a few days later, another update. Jamie had flatlined in the night. He was dead. I sat on the bench outside work, crying my eyes out. I was a mess all day, and ended up having to quietly tell my supervisor what happened because everyone kept asking if I was okay. I wrote a blog post in tribute to Jamie about the horrendous consequences of bullying. I told his story on the blog that he told me had made him smile in times of sadness. I mourned the loss of my internet friend. I used Ask less and less. For the next couple of years, I would think about Jamie sometimes. Over time, I realized something didn't feel right. I was less naive now, more aware of things in the whole saga that didn't seem to make sense. I started wondering how it was possible for him to suddenly flatline after such improvements to his physical health. This whole cousin thing seemed weird. I hadn't used Ask in ages, but stirred by this creeping sense of suspicion, I decided to log on and read through what remained of the Jamie conversations. I had deleted some of it out of respect for his family. As I scrolled through, I slipped into nostalgia and read a few other conversations I had had on there, including with some serious weirdos. Some claimed to hate me, or to be hopelessly in love with me. Sometimes both, or neither, but all quite unhinged. Some of the questions were about underwear, often socks, with a really creepy undercurrent. A few more normal ones were from guys on how to be more popular. A few from girls on hair, makeup, boys, things like that. There were also some fairly boring, if not a little random ones. And then I realized something. Jamie, his cousin, the weirdos, and even some of the seemingly normal or boring but random ones, their manner of typing, the words they used, their rambling, intense dramatic writing style, it was the exact same. Identical. They were the same person. I couldn't believe it. I started reading back further in disbelief. This person, whoever they were, had been sending me Ask messages for literally years. I know it sounds stupid, but I was terrified. Looking back though, whoever this was had sometimes sent me upwards of 15 questions a day, all seeming at the time to be unrelated from each other. In some they claimed to be a lot younger, in some older, some female, some male. Some messages were encouraging, even obsessive. Some were mean-spirited and downright harsh. Worryingly, they had asked some questions about things relating to my school that only a student or teacher there would know to reference. My school was pretty small, so this would very likely have been someone I knew and interacted with on at least an occasional basis. Worse still, it occurred to me that whoever this was had previously known exactly how to play on my emotions and make a connection, with Jamie in particular. I have some issues in the past regarding bullying, depression, self-harm, and suicide, and people close to me knew how sensitive I was and am to stuff like that. I had so many emotions running through me: shock, anger, disbelief, fear, paranoia. I had literally grieved Jamie's loss, and to find out he not only hadn't died, but never existed, well, it was a lot. I logged onto my blog, which I had also not updated for at least a year, and went to delete my Jamie post. That's when I realized someone had commented on it. I read the comment, and from the writing style, I had no doubt that this again was the same person. I can't remember exactly what it said, but it was basically a rant about bullied people needing to toughen up and get a grip. Someone had then replied to it, again with a rant, denouncing this commenter as horrible. And yep, it was the same person again, bitterly arguing with themselves on a blog post about the character they had created and killed off. I was fully freaking out at this point. If it had just been someone trying to wind me up for a laugh, sure, I would have still been angry. But this person had committed to this for years. It made it so personal. It just felt so sinister, having read through their questions again. I was struck by how unstable this person came across, and how unhealthy their interest in me seemed to be. I went back again to ask, looking for clues to figure out who they were. I noticed a notification bubble on the question icon. Nervous, I clicked on it. And I kid you not, I immediately recognized them. Bearing in mind, since I had stopped using Ask, I only had maybe 2 random questions from ages ago, and a question of the day that the website automatically sends daily, which disappears after the day. This person had clearly seen that my status was active. I don't know whether you can set up notifications for that. To be honest, I hope so. Otherwise, they were just sitting there staring at my profile, waiting for me to log in after a year. The question itself was a short, boring, but random one, which was a relief but still weirded me out. Since then, I have thought of a few people who may be responsible, ranging from close friends to exes, to the family of exes to former teachers, as there are a couple of weird stories there too. To a strange guy I turned down for a date. There are a few who I think it could have been. I will probably never know for sure though, which is infuriating and unnerving, since they saw me active once, a feature I didn't even realize was there, and disabled immediately once I realized. For a while, I had a couple of questions a day that could have been them. I ignored them. It seems to have stopped now, but I will always have that little sick feeling whenever I log in to check, and I will always wonder who I can trust and who I cannot. Back in 2015, my now ex-boyfriend and I went on a trip to Amsterdam for a breakaway from everything that was going on in our lives. We'd just been through some difficult stuff for people so young, and we needed a break away from everything and everyone for a while. Because of everything that had been going on, my brain wasn't working properly, and I screwed up when booking a hotel. I only booked it for 7 nights instead of 10, and it turned out that the hotel was pretty far away from Amsterdam Central, which was kind of annoying too. Because of me messing up with the booking and lack of funds to book the hotel for another 2 nights, we made our way with the little money we had left out to Schiphol Airport, with the idea of sleeping there for the next 2 days until our flight back home. Neither of us would get paid until Friday, so we'd basically starve and be very miserable for the next 2 days, camping out at the little airport like idiots, because we had exactly 30 cents to our name after getting the metro tickets. Our 19-year-old selves at the time had 0 savings, apart from the little that we used to spend on this holiday. We sat down beside a juice bar and decided that would be where we would stay and sleep for the next 2 days. Last year, I had received my black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and I had been practicing martial arts for 20 years. I have opened my own school in the last 10 years and taught many martial arts, but Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu was always the main one. To those of you who are unaware, it's a grappling martial art made in Brazil. Its birth roots come from judo. It mainly focuses on the ground element of fighting, using leverage and techniques to beat a bigger and stronger opponent. It's mainly got huge coverage throughout the UFC, where every MMA fighter uses Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu in all of their fights. There is the self-defense side and the sports side, but I mainly try to balance both on sports and self-defense. Now, BJJ has chokes, locks, and many ways to move on the ground. It was the proudest moment of my life when I received my black belt, and it took a lot of hard work and determination. There are obviously the critics who say it's useless against multiple opponents and weapons, but what martial art is truly great in those situations? I truly love teaching, and I have taken part in MMA competitions and grappling competitions to prove my worth as a teacher. Although, being a teacher is a completely different skill. Just because you can fight doesn't mean you can teach it, and vice versa. It takes real patience to teach, and I love it. And I love teaching white belts who'd never done any martial arts before. You also get the types who think that just because they go to a school owned by some UFC fighter, that will automatically make them a great fighter. In the end, being a good fighter is something you're born with, and not taught in my opinion. Anyway, a couple of months ago, a new white belt came to my school, and I was super excited to teach him. We'll call him James. He was excited to learn BJJ, and to get fit as well. James quickly became one of my main pupils, and took part in all the outings and special events I had planned as a way of building team spirit. James was picking up on the basics of BJJ quite quickly, and he had then expressed to me that he wanted to do private tuition. Now, I don't have a large staff, and I tend to find private lessons quite time-consuming, even though I charge a lot for it. So I offered for him to do private tuition with one of my longtime brown belts, David. David competed many times and was about 2 years away from his black belt. He was definitely more than qualified to give James a private lesson. Now David, being a long-time student of mine, and had been there from the start. He had always had a troubled life, and I had really mentored him, and not just as a martial artist, but as a father figure of sort. He also used to suffer from depression, and at one point had tried to kill himself, but I stopped him. I was so proud of him when he received his brown belt from the same guy who gave me my black belt. The guy who graded us both is one of the top guys who manages the BJJ affiliate program, which my school is a part of. Their program and logo is worldwide for BJJ. Anyhow, when the day came for Dave to give James his private lesson, I had texted a couple of times to see how it was going, and got no reply, and I ordered David to text me when he'd finished, and I'd received no call or text regarding anything. I went back to the school to check that everything was okay, but I found the front door open, and the mat had a bit of a mess on it. Luckily, I had a spare key to lock it, and when I went down to David's house to ask him why the front door to the school was open, when he opened the door, I could tell he was completely stressed and was clearly hiding something. David was one of those types who bottled things up, as he was the prideful type. "How did the private lesson go? I saw the front door was open," I said. "The private lesson went south. Sorry for forgetting to lock the door." His voice was all croaky. I tried getting more answers out of him, but he just wanted to sleep, and I forgave him, as I could tell he was distressed. Nothing was stolen or damaged, so I chose to forget about it. A week went by, and I hadn't seen David come into the school, and James came up to tell me that he didn't enjoy the private session with David, as he was mean and uptight. Then, I finally got a call from David's mother, telling me that he had committed suicide. I couldn't believe it at all. I closed down the school for 2 weeks, and I wanted to do a 24-hour charity sparring session in the name of David and recognition of depression and suicide. The money collected from the 24-hour charity sparring session would go to a suicide charity. Unfortunately, it didn't get much interest, and my school was a little dead after David's passing. At the time, my CCTV cameras were down, and I was meaning to fix them, but didn't get around to it. After the suicide, I got them fixed in no time. David did the private session with James on my school days off, when no one else was around. Then James calls me up wanting a private lesson, and I agree, but I charged him double this time from the original amount. When he came, he was excited, as it was going to be an hour sparring session, and I'll coach him as to what he would be doing wrong if I saw a mistake. The sparring started off well, but I noticed James starting exerting strength and pressure not yet expected in a white belt or by his size. He then began doing advanced moves that I had not taught him, and then he had me pinned down and I couldn't get out of it. It was at that moment I realized James wasn't a white belt at all, and he laughed and told me he loved pretending to be a white belt, and that he should have seen David's frightful face when he realized that he wasn't, and beat him very badly. He choked me out until I was unconscious, and when I awoke, he wasn't in the school anymore, but had escaped while he left me there. I got the CCTV footage and phoned the police, and have warned these other schools about this creep. As soon as we sat down, we both noticed a priest sitting across from us, but on the opposite side of the chairs facing away. He was staring at us in a mirror, and he wasn't trying to be discreet. We looked away after mumbling a few things, and we were all too tired to care. We must have not thought anything about it, because we both fell asleep on the most uncomfortable metal chairs in the world. When I awoke, I saw the priest who was sitting across from us originally, lying down trying to sleep directly beside me. In this particular area of the airport, there was hardly anyone around, and once the juice bar closed, it was very quiet. There was room everywhere else for him to sleep, but he chose to lie down beside me. I woke my boyfriend up, and he asked the priest why he was laying next to us. The priest extremely casually gets up, takes out his phone, and takes a picture of my boyfriend, flash still on the phone and all. My boyfriend obviously asks him what the hell he's doing. The priest then responds, saying he didn't do anything, and for him to calm down. He then goes on to ask us if we want disco biscuits, and said something about a white cross. My boyfriend tells him to piss off, which he does. A while passes and I can't get back to sleep. It's early in the morning, 3 to 4 a.m. at this point, and I see the priest wandering back over to see where we're sitting. He just wanders in circles around our chairs, hands behind his back, and looking at us in the reflection in the mirror. I go over to him and ask what he's trying to achieve by creeping us out, and he pulls a face at me and puts his hand into a kind of jazz hands motion, smirking and laughing, and says, "I know you." I wake up my boyfriend and tell him I want to move away from this man. He's in an awful mood, so he says no, and that I can move if I want to, but he doesn't want to walk around the airport to find another spot just because of some creepy priest. There are a few people around us now in sleeping bags, and sitting/sleeping on the chairs, so I just thought I'd stay there to try and get more sleep. I lay down behind the chairs instead of laying on them, because even the floor was more comfortable than laying under the handles of the metal chairs. Again, I'm not sure how much time passed, but I wake up on the floor behind the chairs, and I see the priest is lying beside me, behind the chairs, on the floor. He was facing me, with his face pressed into my side, with his eyes wide open, watching me as I was lying there asleep. He motions a shh gesture with his finger, and I can't express how creepy that was at the time. I got up and left, and we moved to a different part of the airport for the second night. We didn't see him at all anywhere for the rest of the second day. This is tame compared to what usually happens in these stories, but he was a creepy, old, and possibly mentally ill man. It's concerning that he's a priest. He's someone I definitely do not want to meet again. I live in Alabama, in a rural yet woodsy neighborhood in a small town. I was 17 at the time, which was about 2 years ago. I was at home one night, hanging out with my little brother who was 14. We were playing Pokémon Go. This was around the time the app was most popular, and everyone was going out to parks or just the malls to look around and catch some with their friends. We were never the types of kids to go partying or even go out with friends, as our mum felt it would be best to keep us at home. Because in truth, she never wanted anything bad to happen to us. She would always tell us about people she had met before at her work, and that she met. You know the kind. Just people she would consider strangers, whether they were drunk or just being plain creepy. We were smart kids, and knew to always watch our surroundings, and I always kept a pocket knife on me for whatever reason, but mainly protection in case I was put in the position to have to defend for myself and others around me. It was around midnight at the time, and we had been playing for a couple of hours, geeking out over it, as we both used to play Pokemon all the time on our Game Boys, and we loved it as kids. My brother Anthony yelled from the other room in our house, and I could hear him running up to my bedroom door with the biggest smile on my face. "Bro, you're not gonna believe this, but up the road, I don't know, maybe a mile or two, there's a Ninetales." I was ecstatic overhearing it, and we decided to take a walk through the neighborhood to catch it, along with the other Pokémon we had seen, but none were as important as that. Now, I'm no Pokémon Go fanatic or anything, but just seeing this Pokémon close by made us excited, and we knew we had to get it. So before we got to it, I just wanted to say where we live is usually very quiet, a peaceful neighborhood, without much ever going on. There might be the occasional neighbor walking their dog, or even neighbors yelling, but nothing to ever worry about, especially at nighttime, where it was basically dead. All of the neighbors and anyone around us were usually asleep, or at least all the houses were dark by 11. We headed out of our house and walked down our driveway, which is actually pretty long, being close to a quarter of a mile, and then started down the road. The neighborhood itself is basically a very big circle, almost like the letter U. I won't say we lived in the middle of nowhere, but we may as well have been. From the beginning to the furthest in the neighborhood, it reaches about 5 miles total. Just really spread out and simple. While walking, we were having the best time, making random small talk and feeling like rebels for leaving the house, especially so late at night. We walked, it was pretty nice, and the stars were out everywhere, and it was quite chilly. We both caught a lot of Pokémon, and even reached about 3 miles into the backwooded area of our neighborhood just to get this Ninetales. We had been out for maybe an hour at this point, and the childish enthusiasm we had was short-lived. We had gotten bored quickly, considering it was just the two of us, and we did catch what we came for, so we decided it was time to head home. On the way back, we felt completely safe, fearless even, just because of how we were, and we felt nothing could bother us in our quiet little area. As was expected, there were no cars whatsoever out during that late. I don't really know when, but when we were about 5 houses, or what people consider 1 block away from home, we see a car coming from the back of the neighborhood, down this really long road that stretches throughout, and of course, we thought nothing of it. That is until it reached us and slowed down a lot, almost stopping 2 feet behind us. I glanced back to see that it was a red 2007 to 2010 Mustang, with a lot of paint scraped off and the front lights missing. Their windows weren't tinted, but I wasn't able to see anything inside. We were just slowly walking along the side of the road when I realized this was pretty strange considering the circumstances, and I felt pure fear rush through my head all of a sudden. They followed us for maybe 50 feet, which might have been 2 to 3 minutes, when I whispered something to my brother. I can't remember, but it was probably something like, "Man, you know what this looks like, don't you?" And he nodded his head, with concern in his expression. I glanced over to my left, where there was a house with lots of trees surrounding the front lawn, almost blocking the house entirely. Anthony was standing on my right, more so in the road than I was, and this person, whoever it may have been, was closer to him than I was. This person was now driving on the left side of the road near us. The thought of someone jumping out of the car and grabbing him, or rolling down the windows and gunning us down there and then rushed through my mind, with all other types of thoughts as I was trying to figure out what the hell was going on, and what they could be capable of. I'm used to carrying a knife on me at all times, but this was different. It was maybe 4 a.m. now, and I wasn't in the same clothes I had worn the previous day, which usually consists of jeans, which is where my knife was. Now I was in sweatpants and just long-sleeved shirts. How could I have been so careless? But it was then that we both had the same idea. Right as we both saw it in each other's eyes, we bolted up the hill into the yard and into the trees blocking our view from the street. We always thought we were hot shit and could be stealthy or tactile, but this situation really showed us how vulnerable we were. When we reached a point where we knew that they couldn't see us anymore, we dropped down and went prone, or down to the ground on our stomachs, and watched the road from underneath the in-betweens of some trees and bushes while still watching the car. They saw us run away, but it was until we reached our hiding spot that they made a dead stop in the middle of the road for a few minutes. We both lied there terrified, filled with adrenaline from the fight or flight. What he, she, or God willing they might have been wanting or doing was unknown, but all we could think was that they were definitely up to no good. From a dead stop after what I assumed was them visualizing the area, they skirted off at 0 to 60 in 3 seconds, with the engine roaring and tires slightly squeaking, and they were gone just like that. Me and my brother Anthony lied there waiting for what seemed like forever, for both our hearts to audibly stop beating as fast. We had no idea what they wanted, or what could have happened if we just continued walking down the street, paying them no attention, as we would have done if they hadn't have slowed down and followed right behind us. Both of us were visibly in shock. We never said much of anything to each other during those moments. I'm just glad that we were quick on our feet. When we did get up, we ran through the backyards of some houses all the way to ours. We burst in through the back door, locked it, turned off all the lights that may have been on, and went straight to our mum. She happened to be awake and scolded us for going out so late and getting ourselves possibly abducted or worse. We watched out the front window from the house, expecting to see them again. And sure enough we did. That same red Mustang passed in front of our house 3 times, and then we never saw them again. And still to this day, I've never seen the same car. I've seen plenty of red Mustangs. My brother's friend even drives one, but never that one. Call it luck, being blessed, or whatever you want. To all who listen to this, I tell you that we made it away from a confused person seeking 2 kids out walking the long road and piqued their curiosity. Or we made it away from a real threat who decided to follow 2 kids and drive away so quickly in what seemed like they knew they were busted or outplayed. After thinking it over, I'm determined they spotted us and followed us from the deep part of the neighborhood. It creeps me out to this day to think that even though nothing really happened, it could have and might have been. Please stay inside at night. Don't put yourself in a situation that could end badly for yourself or others. Stay alert, watch your surroundings. Always assure your safety for those you are with as well. Be safe, people. And to the person or persons following me and my little brother in the dead of night, I do hope we don't meet again. I worked at a local coffee shop as a barista for a few months. I was 17 at the time, and I'm currently 20. My co-workers knew about Gregory, but never paid him much mind. He had a big scar, or birthmark, on the entire left half of his face. Sometimes he carried around a radio that only played static, and he would intently listen to it. He was known to hold up those crazy, "the world is ending and you're going to hell" signs. He was homeless. He would buy espresso shots with so much honey and lick the honey out the cup, which was always gross and unsightly. But he was never mean or too creepy, and didn't bother anyone. He just came off as weird with how he spoke and what he said. It was all over the place. He would jump from one sentence to the next, but it was still tangible. Anyway, one night I was working alone and later closing with my co-worker, who was a very small petite girl. Always smiling, not intimidating. It was probably 7 p.m. She came in at 8 or 8:30. Note, I am a trans guy, have short hair and all, but I'm not on hormones, so I still look kind of feminine. I had 2 regulars that sat at the bar with me, and it was not very full in the lobby, and in comes Gregory. But this time he seems a bit off, more so than usual. He comes up to the register and immediately said something like, "Hey, how you doing? I'm here to buy some coffee if I can, if the Lord'll let me have one tonight, 'cause my card may be empty, but if he says so." And I'm immediately like, okay, and ask him if he wants the same thing as usual. He repeats almost the exact same sentence, adding, "If the Lord will let me tonight, I'll have one. I don't got much. Maybe he wants me to go sleep instead of have a drink, but I'll see. If not, then I'll go to sleep." Like his sentences were very quick and erratic, hence the poor grammar. So I run his card, and it's empty. Gregory goes, "Oh well, looks like the Lord wants me to go to bed and not have a drink tonight. You know, if the Lord says it, it's the truth, right?" Which is assuming I'm religious in the first place. I live in Arkansas. And I just go, yeah, sorry Gregory. By the way, you left your hat in here last time. If it was still in here, I'd give it to you." He cuts me off, a bit aggressively. "Oh, I don't need possessions. They don't mean a thing compared to the Lord's love, you know. As long as I got my heart and soul, and as long as you got God and believe in him, he'll do great things for you, you know. Say, what's your name again?" "Finn." "How old are you? You seem young." I said 19. At this point, when he asked my age, I was weirded out a bit more, but here's where it gets uncomfortable. He asks if I'm married. I didn't intentionally understand him, so I asked him again, and he goes, "Are you married?" I say, I'm not." As soon as I say no, he cuts me off and starts talking even more erratically and quickly, and almost stuttering over himself, where I have to try and focus to even listen. He told me his full name, his age, he was in his mid-50s, and when and where he was born. Then he goes on to say that he has no money, but to go to the Outback Steakhouse, find this person, give me their full name, and says he doesn't have any money right now because he gets his checks at the end of the month, but that won't be a problem for us. Obviously, I'm super creeped out. And reminder, the 2 regular guys at the bar are having to watch and hear this whole interaction go down. I finally decided I needed to ask him to leave and say, "Gregory, stop. I'm not married, but I have a boyfriend," which is true. And I'm gonna have... I couldn't even finish my sentence, and he interrupts me again, raising his voice, saying, "Is he gonna commit to you? Is he? If not, you let me know and I'll take good care of you." And rattles on about how he can never find a woman to be with, also assuming I was a woman. I attempt to tell him he needs to leave, and firmly says no, and he gets physically angry. His facial expressions snapped from upset and confused to pissed. He doesn't say a word, but instead, in the middle of me saying no, whips around and walks out the door, slamming it super hard against the glass, and walking down the sidewalk to leave. Luckily, no one in the lobby really heard much but the guys at the counter, and they were just as shocked as me. This was also the first time I had experienced any form of harassment at work, but that wasn't even the worst part. A week later, another regular, a woman a couple of years older than me, used to work at the lingerie shop and currently works at a diner. I don't know how we got into it, but she also had experience with Gregory. He apparently had walked into the store where they sell gay items too, and asked angrily why they carried this sodomy in their stores, and proceeded to rub the lotions they had all over his face. I learned that he is constantly in and out of jail for trespassing into places that he's been banned from, including the coffee shop I worked at, which no one knew he was banned from. And he has some mental issues that he handles by doing drugs. I don't know what kind of drugs, but Arkansas is the meth state, and I can assume that's the kind of behavior it is. The second, and possibly worst incident with him, is when the woman I was talking to had a co-worker of hers who met Gregory at the diner. She was opening at 4:30 a.m. with her boyfriend when Gregory, who was already banned, knocked on the locked door and asked for food. The boyfriend said he needed to leave and go away. Gregory got angry and replied to the girl, "How dare you do this to me? Treat me in this way. Whatever happens to you next is your fault." He was later overheard saying that if he got a chance to be alone with her, he would assault her sexually. He's been known to threaten other women with that as well. I was already afraid that he would later come back while me and my small, sweet co-worker were working together to get some kind of revenge. But I wouldn't have expected that. I watched, and sometimes still watch, my back for a few months. I saw him once more before I stopped working at that job, and he sent chills down my spine. He glanced at me with zero expression, and I tried telling my male co-worker, who he treated normally with a creepy smile, not to serve him. I hid in the back and waited until he left, and thankfully haven't seen him since. Funny addition, but in the middle of him talking about how he can't find a woman, I was very close to saying that he's not even talking to a woman, but decided against it, thinking, "Welp, he may very actually hurt me at this point." I now carry a knife on me wherever I go. I'm a female, and this happened when I was 14. I live in a town in the UK, and in the centre of the town there are a group of about 4 benches around each other. Me and my small group of friends, 6 of us in total, and all female, were walking up to the bench area when we saw something strange. Sat on the benches were a group of all male guys. I'd guess they were all aged between 13 and 20, all wearing the same matching cowboy hats, red and white checkered shirts, jeans and cowboy boots. I remember one of my friends commenting how weird it was to see people wearing such strange outfits. I guess they could have been in fancy dress, but I didn't get that vibe from them. Their outfits looked too smart, but it could have been a possibility, I suppose. Anyway, as we get closer we see that there were 5 of them all together, and as we walked by, one of the older boys shouted to my friend about how sexy that big round ass of hers was, or something along those lines. We were all pretty pissed off about this, as he was much older than us, and it was rude. So me and my friend Laura started yelling at them. I normally wouldn't have started yelling, but I suppose I felt safe in my group of friends, and it was daytime with people about. They didn't seem to care and laughed at us. This is when things started to get weird. The same guy who called out to my friend said, "You're all quite good looking actually. How do you fancy to give us a ride?" Me and Laura, the more confident ones of the group, started saying how disgusting they were. After that was said, things became a lot more sinister very quickly. The 5 guys muttered something to each other, and then all of a sudden they had split themselves from the youngest to the oldest, and then the other 3. The youngest and the oldest guy started chasing at me and my friend Laura. We were slightly off to the side as we had gotten closer to them. All 6 of us screamed and automatically took off running in different directions. Me and Laura ran towards the lower end of the street, and my other friends took off running the other way. I only ran a few seconds before stopping to look behind me. I thought maybe they did a sprint at us just to scare us off and make us leave. But no, they were still following us. They were calling out, "Hey, wait up, come on, don't be like that." And after a minute of running, Laura pulled me into a big electrical shop. We headed straight to the back, trying to hide behind stands of phones and cardboard cutouts of people on phones, the ones they used to advertise. The shop itself was pretty big and busy, and we thought that we would lose them. But we were wrong. Just as Laura whispered to me that it was probably just a joke and that they were messing around, the 2 guys walked into the shop. They looked around a bit, but the youngest saw Laura peeking around the side and came straight at us, saying, "There they are," as he ran forwards. Laura and I ran for the door, and only just managed to escape without being cornered. We ran into a nearby clothing shop, and actually got stopped by a female worker there for running. We explained the situation, and that 2 guys were following us, and she was pretty understanding, and said that she'd look out for them, as they weren't going to be hard to spot. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on our side, and she was called away a minute later, and the boys entered the shop. They didn't spot us for a good few minutes, and so we sneaked back up to the front doors. Just as we were leaving, the taller older boy noticed me, probably because I was tall and also wearing a bright red jumper, so I wasn't hard to miss. Once we got outside, we ran for a small alley that led to the back of the shops. Looking back, that was dumb, but we were scared and the alley was directly opposite, so we automatically ran towards it. They followed us, managing to still see us between the crowds. I cursed the red jumper I wore. However, we did temporarily lose them. We hid behind one of a few dumpsters and could hear them calling out, louder now, as the alley was empty beside us. Just then, an older man around in his 40s appeared from what felt like nowhere. He was also wearing a cowboy hat. He was smoking and looked angry. Me and Laura managed to get around another corner before he saw us. Then we heard him speak. "Did you catch them?" One of the boys that had chased us replied with, "No." "How did you know we were chasing girls?" The older man said, "The other guys called me, said they'd lost their girls that they were chasing, and wanted to know if you had caught the 2 you were following." The conversation got weird and confusing after that, and I honestly barely remember what they said, but it sounded like chasing girls was a code for something else, and it happened regularly in between them selling drugs. Laura and I decided we had heard enough, and followed the back alley back to the main town centre. I grabbed my phone and rang one of our other friends who we had split up from earlier. She answered straight away and sounded upset. She went on to explain how the 4 of them had been chased by the 3 remaining guys, but had lost them pretty quickly by going in and out of crowded shops and back doors, going on to say that they had tried to call me and Laura, and we hadn't answered and they were getting concerned. Laura and I explained what happened, and the 6 of us began walking to the bus stop, all agreeing we just wanted to get out of there. On the 30-minute route to the bus stop, we saw a man in his 40s, and the oldest guy who had chased me and Laura again, but they didn't see us. It wasn't hard to see that they were arguing though. The older man was red-faced and pointing his finger and jabbing at the guy. We all got the bus, and were relieved that we had gotten away. I'm not sure why they were dressed as cowboys, and I definitely don't know why they started chasing us like that, and were so determined to catch us. Laura is almost certain they were going to take us somewhere, to do some dodgy stuff with us. That's what they were shouting about after all. I think the weirdest thing to me is who the older man was, and why did he call the guys and make it like this was a regular thing. Either way, it's freaked me out, Years later. Let me tell you of the grocery store man. Having left the office late, my friend and I commuted back to the town in which we lived. We were each in our own vehicles, which comes in later. We had decided beforehand to stop off at the local supermarket for our tradition of checking out steaks and seeing if we could pick up anything decent at a good price. As usual, all the good ones had been taken, so my friend grabbed a couple of ingredients for spaghetti, and we checked out and left. Outside, we came to where our cars were parked. The parking lot was fairly deserted, and our cars were in a pretty open spot. A few spaces away, a running car was parked, and a middle-aged man was loudly speaking to a dog inside, commanding it to sit and stay. I didn't catch the dog's name. It didn't seem important. My friend and I talk. We were talking about the possibility of an office reunion, and we stood outside for a few moments, talking about the recent SNL opening hosted by Steve Carell. Finally, we parted ways and each got into our cars. My friend pulled away, and that's when the man talking to his dog made eye contact with me. "He's a good dog. Military trained," the man shouted at me with a grin. Being of a small town custom, I returned the smile and shouted back, "Right on." Evidently, the man took this as an invitation to approach me. I'm not exactly the most welcome or social person, so this wasn't very pleasant for me. Wanting to be polite, I listened to him explain that he was ex-military and had gotten the dog from the military. I kept the door of the car between him and I, and kept one foot in the car, which I hoped he would understand from my body language as me wanting to leave. I thought it was a bit odd that a middle-aged man would just randomly approach a bigger guy in the parking lot of a grocery store. Instead, he explained to me that he was picking up a few things for a party he was having. He held his hand really close to my face and flashed a mini bottle of whiskey. "I've got a little bit of weed in the car," he explained with a grin, "and a bit of liquor for a good time." I nodded and said something along the lines of, "Sounds like a good time." He pointed to his car and explained that he had taken it from his ex. "That bitch never paid for it. I've taken it to the sheriff and everything. They said it was a civil matter, so I'm in the clear. They're good guys. I know them all." I nodded along. I took a long look at his pupils to check for severe constrictions or dilations, but they didn't seem abnormal. The man still seemed high, or maniac or something. At this point, he thought it acceptable to show me that he was carrying a firearm. He lifted his coat up and said, "Got a .38 here. It's got real power." I'm not really a stranger to guns, so this wasn't the kind of thing to freak me out. Overall, though, I was starting to get a strange feeling from the guy. He was clearly either under the influence or something else. I didn't want to stay any longer, so I explained that I had to get going. He nodded and said, "Well, here's my number, man. Give me a call. We should party or something." He held up his hand for a fist bump, which I accepted. He then listed off his cell phone number and told me to call. I told him his number back, so I wouldn't have to grab my phone or look for a pen or anything. "I'll add you to my friends list, man," he said. "I got this great place with a pool and sweet wood stove. You can come out and we can party. We'll make it all topless too, 18 plus only." He gave me a weird look. "How old are you, by the way?" "I'm 24. "That sounds like fun, dude," I replied. "I'm a Christian though, so I'm not too interested in that kind of stuff." Suddenly his demeanor changed. "Oh, Me too, friend. God saved me, and I got the spirit in me. He then proceeded to roll the sleeves of his left arm up and pointed to his arm. My arm hair moves when the spirit is moving in me. He then pointed to a street lamp that had turned on. I saw God once. It was like that strange orange glow everywhere, man. I nodded along and said my traditional, "Right on, man." This is my usual go-to for all conversations. He then asked my name. Jerry, I told him. That's my son's name, he shouted. He then told me to call him, and I listed off his number again, assuring him that I would give him a call when I leave. Stuffing the mini bottle of whiskey into his pocket, he explained, "All that stuff about partying, I don't really do it. I smoke a little weed here and there and drink sometimes, you know." I gave my usual, "Right on, man." This man was distracted by a woman in a blue Jeep pulling up next to his car. "Good doggy," he shouted out as the woman got out of her car. "Good doggy. She's gonna get a treat." I thought the man was talking about the woman. She also appeared rather uncomfortable, a feeling that I shared. "I love your car, ma'am," he then shouted. "Go Michigan." A Michigan football team that has blue as their primary color. I started to slide into my car when he grabs the sleeve of my sweatshirt. "Hey man, forgot to tell you, I was in the music video for Millionaire's Son. You know, that Creedence song?" Of course, the song is actually named Fortunate Son, but I slide into my car as he explains how he was in the army during the Iran hostage crisis. I mentioned my grandfather was a Marine, which he then takes as an invitation to grab my shoulder and tell me about his personal rivalry with the Marine Corps. He then mentions he was a military driver and a trick to driving intoxicated. Finally, I get into my car and back out, eager to leave. I pull out of the store and out onto the street, only to see that he's following me. Great. I had already dialed up my friend to explain this stranger's conversation. When I see this guy's car following me, I get into the other lane and pull into the lot of our local sheriff's station. He leaves me after pulling up alongside, honking several times. I didn't see him after that. My friend told me I should call the cops. Thinking back on the guy telling me about carrying a gun with a ton of alcohol and weed and driving a potentially stolen car, I think my friend was right. I'm a little bit socially unaware, so I didn't think back on it. Either way, grocery guy, let's not meet again. When I was 17, my mum and I argued quite a bit. I always found her to be irrational, and I had a hard time choosing to be the adult, as I often had to. One day, I was upstairs in my room playing a multiplayer FPS on my PC, when my mum hollered up the stairs to me that I needed to take out the trash, because it was going to get picked up the next morning. I had explained to her before all about how you can't pause online gaming, so all I did was holler back, "Okay, in a minute." There was no warning signs. I had no idea she was upset until she was already up the stairs and in my room, screaming about me not getting up and doing it right away. She thrashed my room in a matter of seconds, breaking everything, including my monitor and a glass star-shaped candle that my great-grandmother had left me when she passed. Usually I tried to be the adult. Sometimes I argued with her. This time, all I really did was say something along the lines of, "I'd rather be dead than live with you." This was meant to imply that I was going to move out soon. Apparently, she took it as me threatening to take my own life. She called the police, and she talked to them alone, and I talked to them alone. I made them look at my room, and my mum didn't have anything crazier to tell them that I had done than the actual truth, which was not taking out the garbage quick enough. They confided in me that they believed me, and that they agreed that my mum sounded kind of crazy. But they pointed out to me that I was a minor, and my choices were to live there and follow all of her rules, or to be put in some sort of home. They said that due to the nature of the call, they needed to take me to mental health, regardless of whether or not I wanted to continue to live with her. On the way there, they assured me that they could tell I wasn't a threat to myself, and that I would just have to sit down with the therapist for a few minutes and could be on my way. In the waiting room, it was just me and one other person, a girl who was on meth and had just been in some sort of domestic dispute. She kept talking to me, and she had the wildest look in her eyes. I've seen a lot, and I'm not easily scared, but she was somewhat intimidating without trying to be. The worst part was that she kept going into the bathroom and coming back out with blood all over her hands. She would walk away from me just seeing her normal crazy self, but would exit the bathroom with her bloody hands in the air, a hysterical mess. She would be crying and screaming and saying that things didn't make sense. The first couple of times, the nurses thought she had been cutting herself, and kept demanding that they tell them where the source of the blood was. But the last couple of times, she did it, and they didn't ask her where the blood was from at all. I was still curious, but I still didn't want to ask. It made no sense to me that the staff could just get used to this. It wasn't a big deal when she would go back into the bathroom and come up with blood all over her hands, her whole body trembling and her eyes wide and her face covered in tears. They got me to see the therapist. She was really nice and very understanding, and after talking to me for a few minutes, she told me that she dealt with people like me all the time, and that I wasn't one of the ones she needed to worry about. So I would be being released as soon as I left the room. She let me use her phone in her office to call a friend who would come and pick me up. I told him he needed to hurry up and get there as quick as possible to get me the hell out, briefly mentioning the girl with the repetitively bloody hands. It was the disgusting yet sympathetic look that came over the therapist's face as I said this that finally clued me into what the blood must have been. All of a sudden, it clicked in my mind, and I knew that there was only one way that female could have been having that blood all over herself, and yet had no wounds. The image of her bloody hands, only 2 feet away from my face, flashed in my mind, and I suddenly felt embarrassed and didn't know what to say. All the relevant information had been relayed, so I hung up on my friend and left the therapist's office without saying anything. Luckily, the girl wasn't in the waiting room anymore as I passed through it, nodding at the receptionist at the front desk. I can honestly say that when I left that building that day, I was happy to be going home to my irrational mother. She no longer seemed so bad now that I had something to compare her to. From time to time, I think of that girl, and imagine her out there somewhere in the world. I wonder what kind of crazy stuff she's been through, and what kind of crazy stuff she's currently mixed up in. I hear someone call someone else crazy, and I quietly think to myself that they likely have never seen what I have seen. I seriously hope that I'm never on her level, and I hope to never meet her again. Last year, I had received my black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and I had been practicing martial arts for 20 years. I have opened my own school in the last 10 years and taught many martial arts, but Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu was always the main one. To those of you who are unaware, it's a grappling martial art made in Brazil. Its birth roots come from judo. It mainly focuses on the ground element of fighting, using leverage and techniques to beat a bigger and stronger opponent. It's mainly got huge coverage throughout the UFC, where every MMA fighter uses Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu in all of their fights. There is the self-defense side and the sports side, but I mainly try to balance both on sports and self-defense. Now, BJJ has chokes, locks, and many ways to move on the ground. It was the proudest moment of my life when I received my black belt, and it took a lot of hard work and determination. There are obviously the critics, who say it's useless against multiple opponents and weapons, but what martial art is truly great in those situations? I truly love teaching, and I have taken part in MMA competitions and grappling competitions to prove my worth as a teacher. Although, being a teacher is a completely different skill. Just because you can fight doesn't mean you can teach it, and vice versa. It takes real patience to teach, and I love it. And I love teaching white belts who'd never done any martial arts before. You also get the types who think that just because they go to a school owned by some UFC fighter, that will automatically make them a great fighter. In the end, being a good fighter is something you're born with, and not taught in my opinion. Anyway, a couple of months ago, a new white belt came to my school, and I was super excited to teach him. We'll call him James. He was excited to learn BJJ, and to get fit as well. James quickly became one of my main pupils, and took part in all the outings and special events I had planned as a way of building team spirit. James was picking up on the basics of BJJ quite quickly, and he had then expressed to me that he wanted to do private tuition. Now, I don't have a large staff, and I tend to find private lessons quite time-consuming, even though I charge a lot for it. So I offered for him to do private tuition with one of my longtime brown belts, David. David competed many times and was about 2 years away from his black belt. He was definitely more than qualified to give James a private lesson. Now David, being a long-time student of mine, and had been there from the start. He had always had a troubled life, and I had really mentored him, and not just as a martial artist, but as a father figure of sort. He also used to suffer from depression, and at one point had tried to kill himself, but I stopped him. I was so proud of him when he received his brown belt from the same guy who gave me my black belt. The guy who graded us both is one of the top guys who manages the BJJ affiliate program, which my school is a part of. Their program and logo is worldwide for BJJ. Anyhow, when the day came for Dave to give James his private lesson, I had texted a couple of times to see how it was going, and got no reply, and I ordered David to text me when he'd finished, and I'd received no call or text regarding anything. I went back to the school to check that everything was okay, but I found the front door open and the mat had a bit of a mess on it. Luckily, I had a spare key to lock it, and when I went down to David's house to ask him why the front door to the school was open, when he opened the door, I could tell he was completely stressed and was clearly hiding something. David was one of those types who bottled things up, as he was the prideful type. "How did the private lesson go? I saw the front door was open," I said. "The private lesson went south. Sorry for forgetting to lock the door." His voice was all croaky. I tried getting more answers out of him, but he just wanted to sleep, and I forgave him, as I could tell he was distressed. Nothing was stolen or damaged, so I chose to forget about it. A week went by, and I hadn't seen David come into the school, and James came up to tell me that he didn't enjoy the private session with David, as he was mean and uptight. Then, I finally got a call from David's mother, telling me that he had committed suicide. I couldn't believe it at all. I closed down the school for 2 weeks, and I wanted to do a 24-hour charity sparring session in the name of David and recognition of depression and suicide. The money collected from the 24-hour charity sparring session would go to a suicide charity. Unfortunately, it didn't get much interest, and my school was a little dead after David's passing. At the time, my CCTV cameras were down, and I was meaning to fix them, but didn't get around to it. After the suicide, I got them fixed in no time. David did the private session with James on my school days off, when no one else was around. Then James calls me up wanting a private lesson, and I agree, but I charged him double this time from the original amount. When he came, he was excited, as it was going to be an hour sparring session, and I'll coach him as to what he would be doing wrong if I saw a mistake. The sparring started off well, but I noticed James starting exerting strength and pressure not yet expected in a white belt or by his size. He then began doing advanced moves that I had not taught him, and then he had me pinned down and I couldn't get out of it. It was at that moment I realized James wasn't a white belt at all, and he laughed and told me he loved pretending to be a white belt, and that he should have seen David's frightful face when he realized that he wasn't, and beat him very badly. He choked me out until I was unconscious, and when I awoke, he wasn't in the school anymore, but had escaped while he left me there. I got the CCTV footage and phoned the police, and have warned these other schools about this creep. These events happened within the last months of 2018, over a 4-month period to be exact. The Tales of the North, as I can colourfully dub them, started when I decided to attend a college in the north of New Jersey to renew my certification in interpreting. The neighbourhood in which the school is located in is, to say the least, a bit shady, and not all desirable to navigate to at night. Points of general interest are easy enough to get to, and for what it's worth, I'd move back to that neighbourhood. But when you're surrounded by druggies hidden in corners, you never know what can happen. Outside my very own apartment, I heard tell of a dude being chucked from a moving car, all battered and beaten, as the people he was with just dipped. So yeah, the things you do for betterment, right? The first story occurs either in late October or mid-November. Certainly after my girlfriend, who I'll call Richie, and I got together. It was one of those days where an escape is much, much needed and deserved. She and I had been planning to step out and live a bit, rather than sitting around Netflix and chilling, or other typical lazy person stuff. An iced coffee and donut run seemed the ideal thing to interrupt our monotonous evening. We've all been there. Our original plan was simply to Uber there, like regular people, in Rochelle's words. Yet, due to some 33-year-old woman-child overhearing us, or being invited by Richie herself, we were forced to walk, due to this infant having wormed herself into our date, wanting to exercise, and Richie's overly nice and accommodating personality. So it's me, my girl who has anxiety, and this chick that we're basically babysitting, all out on a glorious adventure where anything could happen. Indeed, Richie and I were muttering how bullshit this turned out to be, and how she was so sorry she didn't just say screw it and get an Uber. Now, Perhaps I should mention that we're all visually impaired. Richie and I are totally blind, and the girl with us is partially. So, of all of us, I am still the most at ease and calm, being used to travelling alone. Typical introvert loner dude. Don't judge. So we've been on the road for at least 10 minutes. And after some minor detouring in the usual, Dunkin' Donuts is here. Right? Yeah, it is. We somehow got derailed and decided on going to a Starbucks. Coffee is coffee in the end, I guess. During this time, I'm thinking, these two can stay. I'm getting a cab back home. Yeah, nobody was in the mood anymore. To you walkers out there, I'm sorry for dissing your style. Of course, it's when we head back to the apartment that things happened. We start walking back home. The woman child in front of us is whining on about something, while Richie and I are giving the Uber everywhere vow. We're on the same road between the cafe and the apartment complex, when some woman appears from probably some back alley and intercepts us. You guys need help? Come on, I got ya. I am on my guard at once. She positively reeks of liquor, and is possibly tweaked out on some crap. I'm a school teacher, you know, she incoherently slurs, as I slowly move in front of Richie. Our companion becomes far more reserved as this crazy tweaker tries to lead us through the alleyways. I'm just thinking, how the hell to lose this lady? Richie was just hoping not to die. At long last, we come to the street where the complex is located, and I try to subtly drop the hint to the teacher that she can leave now, and that we have it from here. A convenient commotion from some rabble-rousers must have distracted the tweaker for long enough for me to push the girls into the path of the apartment. The tweaker yelling after us, all the while as we vanished into our lobby, never again seeing her. Richie and I can laugh about it now. Indeed, we often use the school teacher as an inside joke, but still, who can say what might have come to pass? Segueing into the next story, which happened only to me. I was heading to a 7-Eleven or something, walking, ironically. Nearing my destination, another tweaker in all his tweaking glory popped up and pursued me, trying to talk to me as if I were his bro. Bro, piss off, you're not welcomed. I say that, escaping into the store. Even within the store I could hear the guy yelling, he doesn't want to be my friend, he doesn't like me, I don't have a friend. Now, we backtrack to what I believe was September, when I first met Richie, and my face lights up even as I think about it. This event was hers. She was with some residents of the complex outside at about 7 or 8, and we hadn't even been hanging out, sadly. As I recall it, she was standing apart from the others who were vaping or something, and some blokes started literally circling her while sniffing. Yeah, she said that they were sniffing her. Alas, I'm stuck on a bus again with 40 minutes of time to kill, and no music in my new phone. This happened to me in June. Our school exams start around June 20th every year, and well, I choose to not do math the entire year and study hardcore the last month. Our school is a private school, and I can't afford without a scholarship, so I have to get good results on those exams. So I got a tutor, who's also my best friend's mum. I spend almost every day at their place, which is on the other side of our small city. I live in Armenia for context, and we're a poor second world country, so our public transport kinda sucks. A taxi is expensive. Minimum from our place to theirs is about 1,000 dram, which is like $2, but is more like 15 for us. So I have a crappy minibus for 40 minutes every time I go and come back. Now, until then, my experience with public transports were pretty mild. I'm a girl, which, if you're not an ogre, results in at least a small amount of unnecessary attention. But you get used to it after a while. Nothing too worrying. I got hit on once or twice, and stared at a lot, but it never really bothered me. I get away with it most of the time because of my chronic angry face. I look like the most unapproachable person in the world, let alone the bus or the station. So when this happened, I was beyond shocked. That particular day, I had to stay longer than usual. It was 4 days before the exam, and I was extra panicky. Also should note that I looked like absolute crap. My hair was in a greasy bun, and I was wearing a huge hoodie and sweatpants. Not saying that's a horrible look for everyone, but me in particular. I looked like a potato sack with a head and an onion on her head. So, I got out at around 8:30 p.m, and it was getting dark. When I got the bus, it was full dark, and the bus was completely empty. Now, to explain this properly, you need to imagine the bus I was in, and how the seats are positioned. I'm sitting on the first seat next to the window, the left one. I was the first passenger here, so 2 stops later, 3 men get on the bus. This dude, who had the full ability to sit anywhere he wanted to on the bus, elected to sit next to me. I didn't really give it much thought, cause, it's the first row. Maybe he just sat where he could. The 2 other dudes sat in the front next to the driver's seat. We drive for another 2 stops, and a girl gets on. He gets up and moves to the seat behind his, and the girl sits next to me. He started talking to her, and she seemed quite uncomfortable, although giggled along. On the next stop, he moved to the singular seat next to the window. Now, this is where the first red flag comes in. He turns to our full side body and continues talking to her like, "Pretty girl, where are you getting off? Maybe with me?" And she says no and continues giggling uncomfortably. At this point, the driver himself is side-eyeing this dude. A stop later, she gets up to pay and he touches her thigh. She turns around and yells at him to stop. The driver turns around in anger and tells him to sit down and not move until he gets off the bus. Kudos to the driver's honesty. Stuff like this is common bus culture, and it happened a couple of times to me, and nobody ever said anything. Regardless, she practically jumped off the bus and speed walks away. My heart is racing at this point. I know it would have been noble of me to protect her, but I honestly couldn't. I was scared of the dude, and I wouldn't have stopped him. It was 9:45 by now, and the streets are emptying. I had my headphones in, but I turned the music off because I'm scared of this dude and I'm alone with him, and no one but an old man, the driver, and one of the dudes from earlier who's fast asleep are on the bus. That's when he turns to me. "How old even are you?" I didn't answer and pretended not to hear him. He didn't ask again. I was facing away from him and looking out of the window. Instead, I felt the flash of his camera. I turned around and he was holding his phone at me. He was grinning and looked at me as if I were his friend who he just pranked or something. I didn't say anything and continued to look out the window. At this point I was full on panicking. I opened my bag as casually as I could and mentally screamed at myself. I'd left my pocket knife at my friend's house earlier that week and kept forgetting to take it back. So I took a pencil out, one of the mechanical ones with a metal nib, and quickly put it in my pocket. Then another flash came. This time it was with the camera too. I literally dialed 911 and sat there. I didn't call it, I just put the number in just in case and texted my friend. Then he was typing something. When I got to my stop, I didn't ask for the bus to stop until we were right at it. The second I was about to pass my stop, I basically screamed for the driver to stop. He quickly stopped, and I got off really quick. He didn't have enough time to get off as well, as the driver soon drove off and left, probably because he realized what was happening and didn't want him to follow me. I still don't understand why anyone would need a picture of me. I don't even want to, especially not then, like that. A couple of days later, when I was at that bus stop, now heading from my place to my friend's place, I saw the guy again. He tried to talk to me and asked me again how old I was. I promptly told him it was none of his business and walked away. He tried to follow me, but I went into the local pet shop, and I know the owner after 6 years of being there regular, and she told him, more strongly, to leave. I never saw him again, nor do I ever want to. I've been on Grindr for about 10 years, 5 of which were illegal, and I'm not proud of it, and I have had plenty of messed up experiences. This one in particular reminds me of when I was at a party without my car. I was 19 and in college, and my phone was on 10%. But a decently hot Grindr guy said he could pick me up, and we could hang out at his place before he drove me home. So of course, I jumped at the opportunity. We got to his place and he got me pretty drunk, which is not unusual for me, but never tried to make a move. I assumed he was going to just wait and convince me to stay the night later. And finally, my phone died after 2 hours. That last 1% lives a lot longer than the rest. And I didn't even have to say anything before he noticed it was dead. Then he stood up and was like, "Well, let's go to the car then." When I asked if he had a charger I could use, he just said no. After we got into the car, he got kind of quiet and less flirty, and I spaced out just enjoying his music and looking out the window. I didn't even notice that he never asked where I lived, until I'd realized that we had been driving for over an hour, not even towards my town, but into the canyons, Greater Salt Lake City and Utah area, and I asked where he was going, and he just said, "Thought we could go for a drive," and my drunk ass was just like, "Oh, okay." So anyway, to make a long story short, he ended up taking us 4 or 5 miles down a dirt road with no signs or houses, until it led to this dead-ended road, with a cabin and no lights or cars. He parked the car and switched it off. That's when the dread started to creep in as I sobered up. I said I drank too much and should probably head home, but he didn't even respond. He just sat there staring at the cabin and was like, "You said you like being kinky. You're pretty submissive, right?" And I was like, Sure, but I just meant like normal rough stuff, nothing wild." And he started sounding a little annoyed, and his sentences seemed a little less carefully worded, like he was just spitting out the bare minimum of each thought. He said something about how some of his favorite people are those who can find pleasure in pain, and like if someone goes into shock enough times, eventually, it becomes like a drug and they crave more. Then something about how pushing a person into the deep end is the fastest way to teach them how to swim. At that point, I was scared enough to just assert myself and firmly said, "Okay, well that sounds fun, but just not tonight. I want to go home now and this place is creepy." And he just sighed and gripped his keys tighter. Then, right as I glanced at his phone sitting in the cup holder, right before it occurred to me, he snatched it up so fast and held it in his left hand, kind of behind his head to make it clear he wasn't going to let me near it. I made this kind of, "What?" sound, and he gave me this almost, "I'm proud of you, son," half smile like dads do when they pat you on the shoulder. It was quiet, and he kept looking up and down at me for a minute or so, and then got a little more gruff and said, "Let's go inside. I have these friends you'll really like once you meet them. You'll feel a lot better," or something to that extent. But he wasn't even trying to sound genuine or comforting, like he'd been doing so earlier that night. Finally, I lied and spoke up to him and told him, "I told my roommates and my friends I was meeting up with you before you picked me up. I sent screenshots of your face and some of the convo. They're gonna freak out if I don't charge my phone or reply to them in the next few hours." I tried not to make it sound accusatory, but more like I was just getting worried about my friends going crazy. But it was clear he knew what I was implying. At that point, he let out an exasperated grunt and started the car and drove away, and kept the headlights off all the way back down the dirt road for some reason. Driving back, I got nervous about him stalking me and coming after me in the future, so I tried to apologize and tell him I'd be down to hang out another time, but tonight just wasn't great. He didn't say a single word to me the whole drive back, and didn't ask me where I lived, although I didn't intend to tell him either. But he dropped me off at a McDonald's about 40 miles away from my apartment, and when I was stepping out the car, he suddenly leaned over and gave me a hard shove, so I almost fell out the rest of the way, and he grabbed my backpack off the floor and flung it out his window across the parking lot, and peeled out with the passenger door still open. He broke my laptop, cracked my phone, and I had to ask a stranger to use her charger and call an Uber. But at that point I was just so anxious to get home I didn't give a crap. What's so weird is how, while it was happening, even though I was terrified, I guess I wasn't thinking about exactly what he was planning to do to me. I just knew I needed to get away. So it wasn't until I got home and got into the shower that I realized how messed up all that was, and what might have happened if I'd have let him walk me into that cabin. I remember just being so shaken and smacked by the reality of it, and almost felt like a panic attack. So I sat down in the shower with my head between my knees and cried until it ran cold. I got out, woke up my roommate, just to tell him about it, and he kind of calmed me down. So while I still have a Grindr account, I really just use it as an ego boost. I'm reluctant to meet up with anyone from it now. If memory serves me right, this happened in the summer of 06 or 07, so I must have been between 16 and 17. It takes place in a town in Bulgaria called Shumen. We were out at a bar with friends, and somewhere at about 12:30 a.m, we decided it was time to head back home. So when we separated, I was left with only one more friend, since he was heading my way. He's only a year older than me. We walked about 10 minutes until we decided to stop at a playground to sit on a bench, since my friend had a problem with his legs. During those years, he often felt pain from continuous walks, which might have been from the weightlifting he used to practice before then. We'd been sitting there for about 15 minutes, talking about this and that, when two guys that looked a bit younger than us, maybe a year younger, walked over. At that moment, I should probably mention that me and my friend are both male. I was about 170 centimeters tall and 62 kilos, whereas my friend was a bit heavier and about my height. These two guys were a bit taller than us, somewhere between 175 and 180 centimeters, and they looked quite fit. At first, the conversation was rather ordinary. They asked us what we were doing there, what our names were, and where we lived. As stupid as I am, I answered them honestly. The only direct answer that I didn't give was where I lived, since I only mentioned a pub that was near my home. But my friend, let's call him Enzo, thoughtfully gave them lies to each question. They noticed that we were playing with something, which was my MP4 player, and little by little, this is where things started going wrong. Hey, what's that? It's my MP4 player. Oh, cool. How much is it? I don't know. It was a present for my birthday last year, and it's not really polite to ask how much a gift costs. Can I see it for a bit? Sure. When a stranger asks you something like that, it would be the smartest thing to say no. Judging by Enzo's look, that's what he wanted me to say. But with my polite nature, I stupidly gave it to them. They started looking at it from the side and muttering something to each other. They'd been looking at it for about 2 minutes, not saying a word, and I was thinking during that time that Enzo was slightly starting to get a little further from the three of us. I was starting to worry a bit that they were taking their time looking at it, so I asked for them to return it since we really had to go. One of the guys looked at me for a second and walked behind the other guy. The other guy started talking some random stuff. I can't remember what exactly, but it was obvious he was trying to divert my attention from the other guy. I say to them, "Come on guys, it's really late. Where's the rush? Let's talk a little longer." I was starting to shake, since I didn't like where things were going. And honestly, I've never felt like picking fights or even arguing, and these guys were clearly trying my patience. "I think we've talked enough. Please return the MP4 player." Then the other guy turned back to me and mockingly said, "I don't know what you're talking about." At the same time, I could clearly hear the music escaping the MP4 player. He had put it in his shoe between it and his foot. Come on, it's not funny. They started laughing like a bunch of idiots, and it was clear that I wasn't getting that MP4 player back easily. One of the guys noticed Enzo had turned his back and had walked a little far from us. "Hey dude, what are you doing over there? The fun's over here." Enzo was trying to call one of our bigger friends at the time, but when he noticed that guy was walking over to him, he quickly put his phone back into his pocket. "Come on, come over here." Both of us were on edge, unsure of what we were going to do now, and they kept mocking and teasing. I tried asking a few more times, hoping they would quit, but they kept enjoying themselves. So I got pissed and tried the same thing Enzo was doing, but I wasn't trying to hide it. I turned my back and started walking a little faster to the side, scrolling my call list, searching for the same friend Enzo was trying to dial. Then I heard that irritating voice behind me. "Come on, don't do that. Give me that phone." I ignored the guy, but while I was still scrolling, I saw with my peripheral how close he was, and for a part of a second, kicked my hand when my phone went flying. Enzo tried to run and grab it, but the other guy got to it first. Now they looked more serious. Now, since you have an MP4 player, you must have earphones, right?" I shook and didn't say a thing. I think the earphones were swinging from my shirt then. I just grabbed them and took a few steps back. Even though we were older than these two, they were much faster, and I was starting to wonder what the hell we were going to do. I hadn't been in a fight since 5th grade, and even then I wasn't very good at it. I was sure if it went down to it, that we might get hurt, or at least me. And the guy was still walking over to me. "Come on, hand them over. You must have some hidden coke in them." When I heard that, I didn't know if this guy was serious or just plain stupid. First of all, I'd never heard of anyone in town talk about drugs. And second, these were small earphones. You clearly couldn't hide anything in them. He mumbled something about the rubber over the earphones could hide a little bit, and still just thought the guy was an idiot. But I was more worried about what we were going to do. Just as though we didn't have a choice, I heard Enzo yelling, "Hey, "Hey!" When I turned around, a patrol police car was driving by the street next to the playground, and fortunately it stopped. At that moment, the two threw my MP4 player and my phone, which ended up with a cracked screen after the second it had fallen to the ground, and started running to the lower opposite side of the playground. The car sped off after them, and Enzo quickly helped me get my stuff off the ground. "What do we do now?" "Let's just go back home. I don't want to keep up with this crazy night." He might have been hoping that I was suggesting to go to the police and explain to them what had happened, but I was shaken and tired from the whole ordeal. We reached my street several minutes later, and I talked for a little more and tried to relax, before he left off for his home, which was much further from mine. On the next morning he called me and told me when he was walking by the police, he noticed that one of the guys was just walking out. He was at a safe distance, so the guy didn't notice him. They probably couldn't hold him there since there was no evidence of anything happening, besides a bunch of kids falling around. I told my parents a little later, and they knew how frightened I felt. Since they know me to be very peaceful, and as I mentioned before, I hate getting into fights. I know I have to be able to defend myself, but that's how I am. We never did go to the police to inform them of what happened, and we moved on. We still remember that night, even though I've mostly forgotten what they looked like. Enzo says he still remembers both of their faces. I remember only one, since he pretty much reminded me of the wrestler Jack Swagger. Anyway, stupid future drug addicts, let's not meet again. This happened about 12 years ago. I was 16 to 18 during the duration and was female identified at the time. I'm still not sure what to make of this situation, but I've started to realize it may have been more sinister than I thought. This story needs some caveat. First, I'm incredibly naive when it comes to someone flirting with me or hitting on me. I never think people are serious when they hit on me, and this has gotten me into some tight spots in the past. Some of those, like this one, I got out of. Others, I wasn't so fortunate. This also meant that until very recently, I didn't realize the danger I've been in. Second, I grew up in a very small and very evangelical Republican town. My small Methodist church wasn't too crazy on Sunday mornings, but the youth group was much more radical. Speaking in tongues, being slain in the spirit. And when I say my town was small, I mean that my graduating class was 149 students, and we were the biggest graduating class in years. My school was so small that my father was teaching for 3 years. Everyone knew my dad and my family. Third, I believed for the most of my youth that the most important objective in the world was saving souls for Jesus Christ. This conviction trumped everything else, especially feelings of discomfort. In high school, I joined Young Life and became a junior leader quickly after. Young Life, for those of you who don't know, is like a cooler version of youth group, although they would reject this. College kids would meet with high schoolers. They were cool and loved Jesus and would preach at you without you knowing it. We would meet with any high schoolers who wanted to come at someone's house on a Wednesday. It was usually at my parents' place. So I was in high school trying to get people to come to my house to hear about Jesus. Anyone and everyone was welcome, including Ted. Ted was 2 to 3 years older than me, and he was just a weird guy. I don't mean that as judgmental. I'm a weirdo. It's more that something was off about him. At the time, I didn't want to listen to my gut, telling me to stay the hell away from him. Ted was very poor, as was the case for most of my school, so he usually was wearing tattered and smelly clothes. He also couldn't afford a car, so he would walk everywhere, which was a feat in a rural town. Before we started having meetings at my house, I would give him rides to ones at other places. I would see him walking there on the side of the road, and I would feel bad. The first meeting at my house, he showed up 3 hours early. I was a little put off, but I figured he didn't have a great home life, and thought he just wanted to be out of his home. I gave him some food, and let him have free rein of our computer while I did homework. The meeting happened, and he went home. I told myself that my ill feelings about him were just as sinful as my judgmental nature. After that, I started to see him around school more often, and it weirded me out a bit, but I chalked it up to paranoia. Women often feel like they're overreacting when they feel threatened by men, mostly because society and literally everyone else tells us we are. Don't ignore your gut. The next time I had a young life at my house, he literally showed up right from school, about an hour's walk from my house, so 4 hours early. I was not expecting him at all, and my parents weren't home from work yet. I had been in the shower when he showed up. I came down in my bath towel and a towel wrapped on my head. When I heard knocking, I assumed it was my cousin, my best friend and closest neighbor, so I didn't bother to get dressed. There he was, and I'm in my goddamn towel. I told him that he could help himself to whatever was in the fridge, and that he could use the computer while I finished getting ready. I ran upstairs, locked the bathroom door, and texted my parents and cousin, asking when they'd be home, but no one responded. I finished my shower and got dressed. When I came out of my room, he was standing at the foot of the stairs just staring. I was completely unnerved and asked him if he was having any problems with the computer. He didn't say anything, just stared at me, and eventually went back downstairs to the basement where the computer was. I ran to my room, locked the door, and waited for one of my parents to arrive home. Finally, the meeting took place, and he went home. Then he started showing up at random places I was at. I still can't figure out how he knew I would be in the mall, or at the soccer field, or at home, and he would just be there. He started showing up at my parents' house on days there weren't meetings. Luckily, around this time I got a license, and I kept offering rides to anyone. I would caravan people home, and by the time I got back, Ted would be there, but so would my parents. Thankfully, my dad started to catch on, even though I never said a word to anyone. My dad was a woodshop teacher, and he and my mum built their house, and he built himself an epic woodshop detached from it. When Ted would come over, my dad would direct him to his woodshop and make him help him with a project while telling him I wasn't around until he left. This happened until I graduated, where Ted would just be there. After I went to college at a different state, Ted kept showing up at my parents' house until my dad told him I wouldn't be around anymore. So anyway, is this guy a stalker? Lonely? Socially inept? It just creeps me out. I'm back in my hometown to take care of my parents. Ted, don't come round. Let's not meet again. I am a 27-year-old girl, and even though this story happened almost 20 years ago, I still think back to it every year around this time. I was a 9-year-old girl in 4th grade. and it was Valentine's Day. We had spent the week decorating our class door for the yearly competition and making a big card for our principal/vice principal and other office staff signed by all of our class, and our entry and invitation to come see our theme decorated door. I don't remember how this part came about, but I was the one to walk downstairs to the office and to turn in our card. It was simple enough, and I always looked forward to getting out of the classroom, even for a little while. So I started to the office. Nothing spectacular happened on the way down or in the office. It was just a normal walk through the halls and down the stairs, and then cheerfully turning in our class Valentine's Day card. I started down the same direction I came from, but had chosen to go up a different set of stairs than the ones I had gone down. Now, just some small layout for you. The school is a big rectangle, with a large auditorium with granite floors, and the second floor was a couple of stories up and had an open balcony with a short railing overlooking this space. The classrooms bordered the hallway, and all had windows facing outwards. It was also a World War I historical building, and cannot be changed significantly or knocked down. Back to the story. I was coming up and out of the stairwell, and had started to walk towards my classroom, but I heard a whistle, one that sounded like a bird, and instinctively I turned around to see what it was. There was a boy sitting on the floor outside of one of the 6th grade classes. Kids were typically sent to sit outside the classroom as a mild punishment or to calm down. When I turned around to look, I met eyes with the boy, and he had some kind of smirk on his face. Before I could turn back around to start walking, this kid says, "Ooga booga." Seriously, what? I giggled and then just turned around to get back to class. A few seconds later, I was being pushed up against a short railing, looking over the auditorium far below. He pushed and pushed, and it was quite a struggle. I will not pretend like it was easy for me as a little girl, but I somehow managed to kick him right where it mattered, if you know what I mean. The boy dropped down, and I ran crying back to the classroom. I don't remember much of these events that followed immediately after. I really think I was in shock. However, I know exactly how it all turned out. My mum was pissed beyond words. I am her only child, and it took her over 5 years to have me. So needless to say, she was livid at the idea of losing me to a violent child. My mum threatened lawsuits and going to the local news and newspapers. It turns out, this kid had many behavioural, mental and learning disabilities, and his parents had not been giving him the correct medication or attention that he required. It was a long argument that went on for weeks, but in the end, my mum did have sympathy for the boy who was clearly not being given the care he needed. She did not, however, have sympathy for his parents, who she saw as responsible. My mum settled for having the boy removed from the school district and having the school put in taller railings so this might not happen again to someone else. But the story doesn't end there. After this event, my mum was ultra paranoid and signed her little ballerina up for karate. I was not thrilled about this, and my thought was, I defended myself just fine, so why do I need karate? Anyway, when I showed up for the first class, you want to know who I saw in the room? Yup, it was the boy who had tried to push me over the railings. I pointed him out to my mum, and she was in 100 miles per hour crazy mummy mode all over again. After my mum explaining what the boy had done to the owner/instructor, The boy's mum were told she could no longer bring him to class there, and they were asked to leave immediately. His mum got mad at me. Why she misdirected her anger, I will never know. Her child could have killed me, or left me seriously injured at the very least. It was due to her negligence and her son's behaviour. As much as I know it was due to his very unfortunate circumstances, that doesn't make it okay. That doesn't make me feel safe to be in the same room as him. And I also don't know why she thought it would be appropriate for a proven violent child to be taking martial arts. Therapy would have been more a logical route. After that, I didn't stay in karate long, as I always was more of a girly girl, interested in dance and Barbie dolls. All the years later, I still think back to it to this day. I wonder what became of that boy. I wonder if he got the help he needed. I wonder if he remembers, and sometimes I even ask myself if it was all a dream. But it was not a dream. It is always something I will remember, and I've learnt many lessons that day. The biggest being always be aware of your surroundings. I'm a 22-year-old male who's studying at a university in the Midlands in England. I'm currently living in the halls of residence, and recently there have been reports of people being assaulted, mainly females, when they have been walking alone or in small groups at night, when they are on their way back from the nightclubs or pubs. Tonight is a Saturday, and due to being out last night, I was feeling pretty hungover still. So I made my way down to the supermarket to get myself some painkillers, and a few other things I needed from there. So as I'm coming out of the supermarket, which is approximately an 8-minute walk from my campus, I'm putting my headphones in when I pass two girls who are crying, and I'm pretty certain one of them was looking my way when she said the words, "Be careful up there." Now, at the time I didn't think anything of it, and just thought she may have been drunk, and hey, they might not have been talking to me. So I'm walking up the long road which my campus is on, and it's surprisingly quiet, and the road is literally dead apart from 3 average-sized males walking my way from the distance on the same side of the road. I cross the road, and am scrolling on my phone as I normally do as I walk. I look up, and briefly see that these men have crossed the road and are now looking at me. I'm around 15 feet away from them, and this is kind of making me a little anxious, as there's literally nobody else around. As they reach me, one of these men says, "Good evening." They look Eastern European, and are in their mid to late 30s, wearing casual attire of jeans, bomber jacket and trainers. As I proceed to say, "I'm in a rush, sorry," another one of the group steps across my path. I don't know if this was meant in an intimidating manner, but red flags are going off in my head right now. The man who spoke to me is holding what appears to be flyers, so I think they're promoting something. I lower my headphones and can hear what they're saying. The man asks me how old I am and what I'm studying for. I tell him I'm 22, studying forensic science. The man then proceeds to ask me if I have a girlfriend. I tell him that I do not, and at this point I break eye contact with the male that is talking to me, and glance at the third man's hand, as he appears to be fidgeting, and in his left hand, he is holding a relatively large Swiss Army knife. At this point I'm quite panicked. The main male then asks me in this thick Eastern European accent where they can find girls. I tell him I don't really know, and proceed away from these men. This is when the guy standing in my way doesn't move, and I physically walk into him. I'm not the biggest of guys, but I wouldn't say small. I'm 5'11" and roughly 190 pounds, but I'm not in any way a fighter or a confrontational person. So I'm getting a little afraid at this point, as these men are obviously looking for trouble. The main male then asks me a question that frankly scares me. He asks me if I know any females under 18 in this area. I then tell him that I don't, and he nods. And he now appears to be getting agitated for some reason, and I'm now probably visibly shaking. The man asks me what's in my shopping bag, and he ushers me to show him what's in it. I tell him it's just general groceries. The man slightly pushes my shoulder and asks if I have a younger sister, and I tell him I don't have any siblings at all. The main male then frowns at me in quite a sinister manner. Now I don't know what's going to happen after this point, but from behind me I hear chattering and laughter, and the men look, as I do, in the direction as well, and to my relief it's a group of 7 people, both male and female. A wave of relief passes over me, as this dead street now has people on it. The main guy then proceeds to ask me another question, but the man standing in my way says something along the lines of idemo, which I googled, and is the word in Bosnian for go. When he was saying this, he was pushing the arm of the man with the Swiss Army knife. The group of the people are now about 20 feet away from us, and I gained the courage to tell these 3 men that I'm in a rush, and forcefully shove past the man on my way out, and speed walk back to campus, which is about 100 meters away from me, straight to my building and into my room. Thinking back, the reports of female assaults and the things the girls were saying to be careful as I came out of the supermarket now appear significant. I'm not saying these guys are culpable for the assaults around the university campus, but it just made me think about those events. I'm so relieved and lucky that the group of people were coming up the road, as I don't know what would have happened to me if they hadn't have come up when they did. I still fear why one of them said the word go. Was he urging the other man to stab me, or was he urging his group to move on to abort their mission, so to speak? It was just the general way in which these men spoke to me, and the manner in which one of them blocked my path, and they kind of surrounded me. I don't think these guys had good intentions, and I don't know if I'm being paranoid or overreacting, but the questions these men asked aren't normal. So 3 Eastern European men that surrounded me in the street? Let's never meet again. Have you ever worked in a building with lots of other people? Probably. I used to work for this small company. We were based on the 3rd floor. I used to have a nice little desk by the window, and I'd sometimes look out and just daydream when I was bored. Thing is, I didn't have a beautiful view. I had another office, very close to mine, in a different building. There was a nice girl who'd sit there, and sometimes if she'd catch me gazing, she'd give me a little wave and a smile, and I'd smile back. However, due to some funky ideas from senior management, we established a new desk system, and my cozy office got moved to the other side of the building. The daydreaming was equally as boring there too, because I was staring at the same building but from a different side. When I looked, I see rows of desks, and there was a guy in the corner. He looked a bit creepy, to be honest, and had one of those ugly neck beards. He was just hammering away at his keyboard. I didn't know who he was, and quite frankly, I didn't care. I just set up my little workspace and got to work. Things then started happening. I'd go down with the girls for lunch break, and maybe would have a smoke, and I'd see the guy. He'd be walking and staring at me, quite dull-eyed, stalking me, almost like an animal would stalk its prey. I'd be standing by Pret-a-Manger having my smoke, and across the road he'd just be looking at me, unwavering, unmoving, just still. I waved my hand up and down. That way I'd let him know that I was onto him, and also to kind of ask him what the hell he was doing. He just turned around and walked back into his building. I didn't see him for a while. Not outside, anyway. But sometimes when I'd stare out the window thinking, I'd catch him looking at me. This started to freak me out. So I began pulling down the blind, which I didn't like, and didn't look outside anymore. That guy was really getting on my nerves. About a month goes by, and creepy guy has slipped into the back of my mind. I don't need to think about him anymore. I've got no reason to. I haven't seen him, and as winter was coming on, there wasn't much reason to open the blinds anyway. Then one day, I decide I'm gonna. I pull the blinds open, and thank goodness he's not sitting there. No one is. And I feel that this is a small personal victory. The day goes on, and nothing happens. That evening though, as I'm finishing work late, I go down to my car, and what I saw horrified me. It was a grainy picture, so obviously whoever had taken it had used zoom and then zoomed in even more from the other building. It didn't take a genius to realize it was taken from the window of where the creeper sat. It was on the windshield of my car, and I felt absolute terror strike me. I didn't even go into my car, for fear he was hiding nearby. I went back and took the train home instead, which took 2 hours, but my gosh was it worth it. I wasn't really sure what to do next, and next morning I contacted the HR department of my office and let them know of the situation and showed them the creepy pictures. They contacted the police, and it was definitely stalking from this creepy guy. It took a while, but I found out who he was and what his deal was. He actually ended up getting fired because he wasn't just stalking and harassing me, but it turns out that he was on his last chance, as within his 1 year in the company, he had already caused serious harassment issues and caused a female member of the team to leave not weeks before this started up. I was horrified. Creeps like that should be fired straight away. I never really got to know much more about him, but I hope that he learnt the error of his ways and hopefully is not creepy like that anymore. So creepy guy, let's never meet again. About a year ago when I was 20, I got a new job. I didn't have a car, so I had to take the bus. I had to catch 2 buses to get to my job. My second stop was a layover, so I typically had about 30 minutes before that bus left. One day, I had gone into the Walmart by the bus stop to pick up some lunch for work. The bus stop was right behind a plaza that had various stores and restaurants. A heavier-set man with curly hair, probably in his mid-30s, walked out behind me. He said, "Hey, has anyone ever told you that you look like Zoe Kravitz?" I have a weird thing about being rude to people who are hitting on me, because I'm terrified they'll hurt me if I'm mean to them. It does happen to women quite often. I just said, thanks, and kept walking to my bus stop. He saw me walking to my bus and called after me, "Hey Zoe, do you need a ride?" I was very irritated that he had called me Zoe. So I just said no and ran onto my bus. About a week after that, I ran into him again at the same Walmart, and I heard, "Hey Zoe," and he ran up to me. I saw him closing the door of a burgundy van. It was one of those stereotypical creeper vans that only had the front windows. This made me super uneasy, and I turned around and kept walking. "Oh, Zoe," I heard him sing from behind me. I replied with, "My name isn't Zoe." He asked me what my name was. One of the Walmart employees saw me looking uncomfortable and ran up to me and said, "Oh, hey Melissa, it's good to see you. I'm about to go on lunch if you want to come with me. I'll go clock out real quick." At first, I was confused, because Melissa is also not my name. Then I realized what was going on. So I just said, "Oh yeah, of course." Once we were out of earshot, she told me that they'd been having a lot of problems with that guy doing similar things to women around the plaza. He was known for harassing women, specifically tall, skinny, light-skinned women like myself. She told me her manager was trying to get him banned from the Walmart, but had been unsuccessful. We waited for about 15 minutes, then she walked out with me with a male co-worker, and they snuck me out the back and walked me to the bus. I didn't see him for a while, and then one day, when I went to go catch my second bus, I saw his van waiting in the parking lot near the bus stop. I thought maybe this isn't him, and I'm just paranoid. I walked past the van, and it started moving slowly towards me. "Hey Zoe, we didn't get to talk last time, you never told me your name." I ignored him and started sprinting. He floored it and stopped his van in front of me and got out. I screamed as loud as I could to attract attention because it was broad daylight, and once I screamed, people started to look, and one person came to me and asked if I was okay. He had sped off once I screamed. I went to Walmart and called my co-worker to pick me up. They took me to work for the next couple of days. Then came their off day. I got the bus and thought, well, if I go to Tim Hortons instead of Walmart, I'll be fine, right? I was ordering at the counter, and I didn't realize he had seen me and gone up through the drive-thru. The way this Tim Hortons was set out, you could see right to the counter from the drive-thru window, and vice versa. I heard it. "Zoe," and my heart sank. I ran to the bathroom and hid for a few minutes and walked out. The employees told me that he seemed really pissed off when I didn't respond. I told them that I'd been having issues with him for weeks. This time, I was again escorted to the bus stop by an employee. I looked around for his van and didn't see it, so I felt safe and sat down on a bench. I didn't want to get on a bus yet, because it was a nice day and I wanted to enjoy it. Then I heard screeching and a door slam. He got out of his van screaming, "You gonna stop ignoring me, Zoe?" I scrambled to get on the bus, and he followed me on the bus screaming at me. I started crying and saying, "I don't know you. Stop following me." At this point, the other passengers began standing up for me and threatening the man. He eventually got off the bus. After this, I changed my work schedule so I could ride with a co-worker every day, and I haven't seen him since. I live in Manchester in the UK. It's an amazing, not too big, arty, musical, and electric city. I myself am a bartender. The bar I work in is gorgeous as well as loved, but the street it's on is a bit dangerous, as there are a lot of muggings, drugs, and sadly, a few sexual assaults. Although it seems to go through periods of being cleaned up a bit again. Anyway, I mostly work day shifts, and this takes place around 3 years ago. It was about 2 p.m, and it was just me, i.e. a small female, and our small female chef at work. Our general manager had gone off to the bank. We had 2 customers in. A woman enters, and it was instantly clear she was either on something or had mental health issues. We're not allowed to serve people who are too drunk, but having had an instance before where I confused a man with neurological issues as too drunk, I always try to distinguish properly before proceeding. The woman asked for a double brandy, and I realized she wasn't drunk, so I gave her one. She kept saying, "Thank you, miss. You're so beautiful, miss. I love you, miss. I would marry you, miss." And I thanked her and smiled, but was getting slightly scared at this point due to the intensity of the way that she was saying things. She kept complimenting me, and I kept thanking her, but something was off, and she kept leaning forwards like she was trying to grab me, then pulling back and laughing. Then things got pretty scary. She began talking to her hand as if it were a phone, and getting heated, yelling to stop following her and to leave her alone. She did this numerous times, getting more and more angry. Myself and the chef were exchanging glances, and not quite sure how to proceed without escalating the situation. She suddenly turned and looked at me again, and said, "I don't like you anymore, miss. There's a black spider, a big black spider behind you and in your heart. I can see it, and I don't like you anymore. I just got out of prison for murder, and I have a knife, and I'm going to cut that black spider out of you. I'm going to cut your heart out." She was screaming this at me, and repeated that she was going to cut my heart out. And she had a bag, so it was entirely possible that she did have a weapon. Plus, she just told me that she had just got out of prison for murder. There's nothing but the bar and a little step that's keeping her from me, and I just lost it. I began having a full-blown panic attack and cried my eyes out whilst crouching on the floor. I didn't know what else to do. I thought phoning the police would escalate her. It wasn't the smartest nor bravest move, but I was utterly terrified and genuinely thought she was going to kill me. Luckily, my chef, who was a badass Spanish lady, decided to call her bluff and went up to her and said, "You need to leave," while ushering her to the door, and she actually did. I don't know if I'd have done that if she'd have left, since all of her attention/admiration and hatred seemed aimed at me, and no one else seemed to be in view. Anyway, I was incredibly thankful, and the two customers rushed over to me and said they worked in social care, and had actually been texting colleagues asking them to send help with the police while she was ranting, as they didn't want to escalate her by obviously phoning the police. They came, took statements, and all was sorted, but I was shaken up for the rest of the day. It all transpired that she lived in a psychiatric residential home full-time, and was schizophrenic amongst other things, and had been on day release with a carer who had lost sight of her in a shopping centre, and she really did have a knife in her bag. I'm not sure if she'd shoplifted it or what, but that sent chills down my spine. As I said, if I had tried to usher her out or called the police, I have no idea if she would have actually stabbed me. She hadn't been in prison or murdered anyone though. Fortunately, it was all in her head. Regardless, I would rather never meet her again. For a bit of background, I am a 15-year-old pasty white girl, measuring 5'5", and kind of thick. I live in America, somewhere up north, where literally nothing happens. I live in a house where my backyard and a park intermingle with each other. The park is just a long stretch of land to play frisbee golf and for people to go on walks and runs. So it is great for me and my 1-year-old German Shepherd puppy to walk and run around. This park / the main walking trail is horizontal to my house, and said house is up on a super steep hill, and tons of people visit this park all the time, all year round, and tons of people accidentally wander into our little backyard because of the Frisbee golf trail, but what happened in this story does not align with any possible wholesome explanation. It was semi-late, probably right after 7 p.m, and I had just eaten dinner. My dad tells me to go walk the dog. His name is Sunny. And I begrudgingly obliged and got all my athletic stuff and the leash, and we were off. I'm used to the steep hill, but that doesn't mean I'm able to walk very gracefully down it. My dad is sitting on the porch doing whatever, while my dog, although 1 year old, is dragging me down the hill towards the main trail. I take note of a man in a grey hoodie getting out of his car in the parking lot to the far right of me and walking in the same direction as I am. My only thought is that I don't want to have to deal with Sunny freaking out, because he gets nervous around other people and dogs, so I am walking quickly to gain more distance between this man, and even though he is quite far back, he is in a grey hoodie, despite it being swelteringly hot, black shorts and sunglasses. I am not close enough to distinguish possible height, but he has the same body type and face, from what I can see, as famous American restaurateur Guy Fieri. Anyway, I am walking down the path and get to a fork in the road. There is one path you can take to the left, which is for the Frisbee golfers, and one to the right, which is a steep incline of a dirt trail for hikers. Both paths are heavily wooded. The path to the left loops back around to the main trail, while the one on the right loops back much further away. Feeling just a little paranoid, and not wanting to die using this as a test to see if he's following me, / hoping to get rid of him so my dog will stop freaking out, I take the trail to the left. I get about halfway and stop to wait for him to keep walking down the main trail as I catch my breath, when I suddenly see something that makes everything about this park seem suddenly terrible. I see a flash of grey to the right of me, and the man has taken the same path as me, and he is seemingly close, seeing as how I have not heard a sound. Immediately I sprint in the opposite direction and stick to the edge of the river, because there are lots of trees there, and I am hoping I can be well hidden from him. Although looking back, I should have stayed out in the open on the path, so that more people could have seen me. I jog the rest of the way home, which was not very far. I reach the backyard, and my dog has no idea what's going on, and neither does my dad, who has been there the whole time. I turn back around, and suddenly have the urge to vomit, when I watch him cross the bridge, and immediately upon seeing that I am with my dad, turn back around and walk towards the parking lot. There is no explanation as to why he, number one, followed me down the trail for Frisbee golfers, because he didn't have any Frisbee stuff with him. Number two, followed me into my backyard, because what? Now this guy knows where I live. I haven't seen him since. I hate being home alone, and while I do still walk my dog down that main trail, it has never been the same, and I always carry some kind of weapon. Yes, I told my dad, and I never walk alone with my dog unarmed anymore. Be careful, because I know that even if you think you're safe with your dog, that creep who followed me home didn't seem to give two shits that I had a giant German Shepherd with me. You never know. You really can never know. My dad's side of the family is based out of southern Ohio. Once every year or so, my parents and I would make the 6-hour drive to visit my grandma and my dad's old friends. I dreaded these trips because of the excruciating boredom that was always involved. I was just a 7-year-old kid, an only child, with strict Catholic parents who refused to buy her a Game Boy, so I would jump at every chance to entertain myself. This usually meant going to the store with my mum or tagging along with my dad when he went to see his friends. One of my dad's friends, Dave, had 2 boys, Henry and Sean, both a few years older than me. When my dad went to visit Dave, I would be expected to go join in on whatever the boys were doing, which was mostly sitting in the basement playing some first-person shooter on their big screen. On one of the occasions I was getting bored of watching Henry and Sean shoot NPCs, so I suggested we play hide and seek. Henry agreed, but Sean demanded that we play with all the lights off. I was still afraid of the dark, so I whined about it, but Sean pulled the "It's my house" card, which is insurmountable as a kid. Henry and I found our hiding spots, and then the lights went out, and Sean began to count. 1, 2, Freddy's coming to get you. This was unsettling, and after that there was silence, and I waited. It wasn't long before the adrenaline started to build, and I had felt the super disquiet that children feel in the dark many times before. But in that moment, I felt the full weight of terror. I knew in my whole heart that something was going to happen to me if I was found. I don't know how long I stayed in my hiding spot, but eventually I was seized by survival instincts and bolted to the top of the stairs where light shined through the crack at the bottom of the door. I just yelled, "I don't want to play anymore," after being chided and called a baby. I was led upstairs to Sean's room with the promise that we were going to find something else to do. I didn't care what it was. I was just glad to be out of the basement. When we entered Sean's room and Henry closed the door, I stood there watching Sean dig through a drawer. In my head, he was looking for a game we could all play. I was wrong. He suddenly produced a large knife. He proceeded to open it, smile, and say, "I would love scaring the crap out of civilians." He then started inching towards me with the knife in his fist. I backed against the wall and started to panic, my face contorting and tears welling up. I began hyperventilating for the first time in my life. Henry stood to my left, blocking my only way out. Fortunately, he said, "You're making her cry, let her go," and opened the door. I ran as fast as I could into the living room, and I sat down at my dad's feet, still shaking and tearful. I didn't tell on Sean, fearing he'd try and get back at me for it. My dad didn't notice the state I was in. He was absorbed in the episode of Cops that was on TV. I was thankful that we drove away from there. Years later, I was talking with my mum, and the subject of Dave and his family came up. I recounted my story, apparently for the first time, and she told me she knew all along that Sean wasn't right. She said one night when our families were together having a bonfire, Sean caught a large frog. He began throwing it up in the air and letting it thud on the ground. Once he got bored with that, he started dangling it over the fire. My mum told him to stop, so he paused, looked her dead in the eye, and threw the frog in the fire. My mum said she'll never forget the sizzling noise the frog made as it was engulfed with flames. It's been years since our families had contacted each other, but I think about Sean and Henry often. Part of me wants to check the Ohio criminal database to see if Sean has a record. It wouldn't surprise me. This just happened, and I'm still not sure if I wasn't tripping by accident. I'd just come out of the gym, and like always I decided to smoke a cigarette before getting on the subway. I generally do this because I love how futile it is attempting to be healthy, while also having a smoking habit. It's a rainy day, and there's practically no one outside. I turn my back to the door as I attempt to light my cigarette. The door behind me was pushed open. I don't turn back. I heard footsteps coming in my direction, and then stopping. I get that gut feeling that only happens when you subconsciously pick up that something is amiss, and amiss something was. I turned my eyes ever so slightly to my left to realize an elderly gentleman is standing just a few centimeters away from me. This poor guy looked like a wreck, and I'm well familiar with wrecks. He seemed like what would happen if the Crypt Keeper and Freddy Krueger had a love child which they promptly locked in the basement over how repugnant he looked. His eyes were sunken. Half of his hair had fallen out in random spots. His skin was so spotty that Cruella de Vil might want to jack it out of him. I realized then that mange Jeffrey Dahmer was mouthing something in a very raspy and hissy voice. He seemed to have a lot of trouble breathing. "My lighter. I can't find my lighter." I offered him mine. "Do you need a lighter?" I asked, attempting to sound somewhat cold and aloof, but instead coming off as the chirpiest fella off the Disney cartoons. He refused. I stepped back to gain some distance from him. All the while, this guy's eyes are on my face. I can feel them, even if I'm not looking at them. I decided to gain some more distance between us and move all the way to the opposite end of the street. Like the millennial I am, my eyes were glued to my phone. I look up, realizing again that something was wrong. This forceless Darth Vader was nearly on top of me again. I almost jumped out of my wet boots. This guy was closer to me physically than my father has ever been emotionally. I stay silent, eyeing him, trying to figure out his next move. "I'll call you God," he wheezed. "Excuse me?" I asked, certain that my ears were more treacherous than the Slavic girl from MySpace that asked for your credit card numbers in '08. "That's what a father calls a son. You're my son, aren't you?" he struggled to say. I nod affirmatively negatively. "Then you are the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost." Holy ghosting on Tinder, Batman. This guy was obviously off. I take a few steps back as he blithers in both Portuguese and English about God and a son. I was pretty sure this was the scene where he'd pull a knife and stab me through the jugular as O Fortuna played in the background. Since my survival skills are nil, I did what every 20-something-year-old does when threatened. I retreated into my phone's world. He huffed and puffed about God, me, the Son, the Holy Spirit, and all that other stuff. I couldn't hear, nor did I want to. Finally he asks, "Are you there, God?" Without breaking visual contact with my phone, I answer, "No." He begins to walk back, still staring at me, mumbling something under the warm blanket of his strained breaths. Finally he leaves, just as he has entered, and leaving me even more confused than I already was. Am I unknowingly some reincarnation of a junkie god messiah? Jesus. Pay a guy a drink before creating a cult around him. Am I right, boys? This story takes place last summer. I was meeting up with a good friend of mine before we headed off to a barbecue/garden party. The hosts are pretty renowned for being a pain in the ass to deal with, so we decided to have a few drinks at a local pub just to take the edge off beforehand. I arrived early, got myself a drink, and found a seat inside a quiet corner. I basically spent my entire childhood in pubs local to my house, and can always point out a few of my dad's old drinking buddies whenever I go out. Generally, it's a slight nod of my head towards them. Maybe if it's quiet enough, we might have a quick catch-up. The usual stuff about how my dad's doing, or what I am doing nowadays. This time, I was approached mid-sip by a man that I barely recognized, dressed in stained and worn work boots and trousers, and an almost frayed and sun-bleached polo shirt. He sat down opposite me and asked if I was Jeffrey's boy. I let my guard down a bit and assumed that I must have met him before when I was younger, so I answered him, and he starts asking more questions. He started with general questions that didn't raise any alarms for me, like, how old are you now? Where are you working? You living with your parents still? The questions started getting more personal, but I brushed it off, as a drunk not being the most subtle in the world's questions, especially regarding my relationship, whether I had a girlfriend or not, whether I was looking for one. And then he switched to asking if I worked out or not, and how I got arms like that. His words, not mine. I took what I guessed was a compliment and was trying to be polite with him, but began giving bland and as short as possible answers, in the hope that he would get bored or take a hint. That's when he leaned in and started whispering in my ear, almost about how he ran a small side business, that if I ever needed any extra work, and how if I wanted to meet a nice girl, he employed a bunch of them. At this point, I was sick of him, and being so close to him, I could smell what I imagine a pub toilet smelled like if it were left uncleaned for a month. So I finished my drink and decided to just wait outside. After a short while, he arrived and we left for the party. The next day I spoke to my dad about the encounter and had to describe the man to him. He drew a blank until I mentioned the rotten sewage smell. Then he burst into a story about how the man was a well-known guy in the pub and frequented local prostitutes and was only able to stay because his brother owned the place. How his side business at the time was selling homemade amateur pornography to the regular drinkers. That's when it clicked for me. I believe he wanted to cut out the middleman and to produce both, and to both produce and sell his homemade DVDs. I just happened to be young, single, attractive, and potential talent, so he tried scouting. After this, I never went back to that pub, and never pursued a career in adult entertainment either. The last I heard of the man was that he was finally barred from his own brother's pub for groping the barmaid. Sometimes you shouldn't talk to strangers, especially if they want to cast you in a homemade porno. My story goes like this. When I was 15 and a sophomore in high school, 2 of my friends came over to stay the night. We wanted to go visit another friend's house, who lived across an arroyo. In New Mexico, that's what we call ditches, and a few streets away. It wasn't that far to walk, and it was around 11 p.m. We begged my mum to let us walk, because we 3 girls together felt like we could take on the world. We dressed in hats and baggy sweatshirts, because we felt like that would make us less noticeable. What can I say? We were just teenagers. We decided to start walking after wearing down my mum, who finally allowed us to go. She tried convincing us to let her drive multiple times. I wish she had. Walking under a very dark night sky in the cold seemed fun and adventurous. We laughed and talked a lot, crossed the arroyo, and turned along a street that was a little more lit than the main ones. We thought it would be safer. It was just a typical suburban neighborhood. We get 3 houses down, and in our rear we hear a car. A car coming along without its lights on. Okay. A bit creepy. We decide to hustle along, and he speeds up. He was right next to us. We would speed up, and he would do the same. We slowed down, so would he. A man with glasses driving alone. I was starting to get really scared. My heart was pounding, and I was regretting being a 15-year-old who felt like it was a good idea to walk after dark. The man taps on his little horn. Not a loud honk, but a short one. He stares at us. Well, that's when we started freaking out. We decided right there and then, and they were going to knock on a neighbour's door to see if they would let us in to call my mum. All the houses along the row were dark, so we rushed back towards the corner house just before the dark arroyo, and we would inevitably have to cross it to get home. It was the last house that we could try. By the way, none of us had cell phones, as this was 2001, and most high schoolers didn't have phones back then. Home phones and pay phones only. We knock on the door while the car followed again, and stopped right at the house we were at. An older lady opens the door very hesitantly with her husband. We explained that we were sorry, but we were being followed by a single man in a car and he's really scaring us. She lets us in to use her phone, and I remember her house being filled wall to wall with crucifixes. Nothing against crucifixes, but in that situation that scared me even more. When we came back outside, the car was gone. We got picked up and home safe. We could hardly get to sleep after the adrenaline rush. It was one of the scarier moments of my life. What was even scarier still was I rode my bike in broad daylight back to that house the next day to leave a thank you note for letting us use the phone when most people wouldn't. As I pulled around the corner, I saw that the car that was following us was in the neighbour's driveway. That has forever spooked me. I now have 2 kids of my own, and I will never, ever want them walking around at night. Each year around this time, I open up my Time Hop app, and I am reminded of a night 3 years ago. Photos of softball-size black and blue bruises all over the right side of my body come up. I'm honestly somewhat thankful for that, because it could have been much worse. I'll just never know. 3 years ago, after a blackout Wednesday night with friends, I found myself locked out of my partner at the time's apartment at 3 a.m. She was out with co-workers doing the same thing. Her serving shift ended. We live in a big city, so I'd taken the train from where the night ended with my friends straight to her place, and decided I'd just wait for her rather than head back home, as the commute would be another half hour or so, and my phone was dying. I was honestly just ready to sleep. In hindsight, I obviously just should have headed to my own apartment that night. After multiple texts and phone calls from her to come home, my partner, being thoroughly annoyed with me, was not in any rush to end her night. Drunk and upset, I sat at the entrance of the gates of her apartment community and sulked. It was raining and cold, and I was exhausted. Putting myself in this situation alone was my parents' worst nightmare. But at this point my phone was dead. I didn't have enough cab money, and there was no way in hell I was walking 15 minutes back to the train to head to my own apartment. A few minutes later, a man in a ski mask, sunglasses, and an oversized parka walks up to me. I remember him so vividly asking if I was okay. I responded that I was fine, and to please stay away from me. I gave him the benefit of the doubt. I thought for a split second he was genuinely concerned. I mean, here I was, a college-aged girl, sitting outside in the rain at 3 a.m. completely alone. But at 3 a.m., you don't just approach a girl dressed like that and mean no harm. He then brandished an X-Acto knife, and then asked, "Are you sure you're okay?" He picked me up with one hand while striking at the back of my hood with the knife. All I could do was scream. I know I asked him why he was doing that, but I couldn't even bring myself to pull out the mace in my coat pocket. I was so stunned. Talk about fight, flight, or freeze. I don't know what it was. If it was a car that drove by, or my screaming that caused him to stop. But after the longest 30 or so seconds of my life, he threw me to the ground and ran, leaving me with those awful aforementioned bruises. I'll be forever grateful for the thick hood of my coat that came away with some knife cuts. Had my hood not been up, he would have absolutely sliced the back of my neck and head. My partner pulled up in a cab a few minutes later. At least, I think it was a few minutes later. It was really a blur. I definitely went into a state of shock. We called 911 from her charged phone, and I stayed awake for the police to come and take a report, but didn't hear much else afterwards. There was a decent amount of crime in my city, so I wasn't really expecting much to come of it. What scares me the most was that 1, I still don't know what the man wanted. 2, he knows what I look like, and I have absolutely no idea what he looks like. 3, I'm pretty certain I was followed all the way from the transit station to the apartment complex, which was a fairly long walk. Those 3 reasons still give me chills. Ski mask man, let's not meet again. Saturday night rolls around, and me and my girlfriend decide to go out to a bar and drink, since we haven't seen each other that much this week, and we haven't been to our favourite bar in a while. We get there around 10, and the place is decently busy, so we get a table and I go and get some drinks. We sit and talk for a while, and I get up to get some more, but on my way back, I see this guy sitting in my seat talking to my girlfriend. I set the drinks down and ask what's going on. Before she could answer, the guy tells me he's seeing if she wants to get a drink with him. I didn't say anything for a second, but she quickly says she's there with me, and no thanks. He looks around at me and gets up and says he'll see us later. But I brushed it off, and we go back to talking. This guy being the new topic of conversation. We sit and talk until she needs to go to the restroom, and I sit and watch our drinks and stuff for a few minutes. About 10 minutes later, she comes back to the table with the same guy walking beside her, trying to talk to her. I stand up and ask him what he's doing, to which he replies with he's trying to buy her a drink. I tell him that he needs to leave us alone, or I tell the bar that he's creeping out customers. He tells me to piss off and stalks back to the bar, and we sit back down and decide to finish our drinks and then go home. We pay our tab and start waiting for our Uber to pick us up, when out of nowhere she spins around. It's the same guy from the bar saying she shouldn't go home with strange men when she's obviously drunk, and he should call a cab for her to get home safely. I was having none of it, so I stepped between them and told him to stop bothering us and to walk away. He calls me an asshole again before telling my date goodnight and walks off into the night. We get home safe and sound and decide to call it a night. Everything was cool until Sunday night happens. I get a message from her saying the creepy guy from last night found her on Facebook and started messaging her. He was asking if she got home okay and asked how serious she was about us. She was furious, so she told him to piss off and leave her alone, or that she would call the cops. It's at this point he sends one of the creepiest things ever, saying she fits all his preferences, and he's never seen a more beautiful woman ever. I tell her to block him and ask him to send me his name so that I could see what he's up to. I get the name and check out his page, and he's in the same school as us, and in similar majors to mine, and has made friends with someone I know. I wonder how he found out who she was, and I think he may have gotten my name from the bar, and since we went to a bar known for students of our school going there, I think he put it together. I was having none of it, and asked for screenshots of what he said, and sent it to all the campus security officers and told them the story. We both blocked and reported him, and hopefully, he won't show his face again anytime soon. This happened a couple of weeks ago. I live in a major city. My street is a narrow one-way. Cars can parallel park on one side of the street, and it fits 30 cars. I'm outside my door, which is at the end of the street, smoking a cigarette before bed. I'm looking across the street, and to my right I see something out of the corner of my eye. Behind one of the parked cars way down. It was just a movement. I didn't really get a good look at it, so I kept smoking, and a couple of seconds later I saw it again. This time it looked like someone had ducked behind the cars. This street is well lit, but it was hard to see because there were maybe 25 or so cars, and it was fast. It was about 3 seconds, and I saw a head pop up from the car in front of the last one I saw. It was clearly a head. Then it ducked down again, and before I knew it, it had happened again, and popped up in front of that car, and was still now. Whoever it was knew I saw him. He ducked again and in a flash was popping his head up from the next car, getting closer to me. He definitely knew that I saw him. He moved really fast, but not supernaturally fast, just very quick. Up until this point, I was curious, but now feeling really uneasy. I'm 5'11" and 185 pounds, and work out, but I can't remember the last fight I had. It was so creepy. He's now about 6 cars lengths away, and I can see him clearly. He's looking directly at me. He looks pretty normal, bigger than me and has glasses on. Then he ducks again. I almost pissed myself and ran into my house, and closed the door and looked through the peephole. I could only see one car, and half of another one, and could imagine the guy ducking down and scurrying to the next car, and popping up again. I was just about to stop looking as he popped up right in the back of the car and parked in front of my house. He definitely could not see me. I had no lights on in the hallway outside and inside, but he just stood there looking at me. He looked like he was mad about something. He took his glasses off and wiped them and stuck them in his pocket. I couldn't see his lower half, but it looked like he was wearing a long coat. He was looking directly at me. For a minute, it looked like he was going to walk, and I was hoping he was not going to come around the car and get up to my door. Then he ducked down and out of sight. I was getting freaked out at this point. I stood at the door until 3:25 a.m., listening. Then I went to bed and was awake listening for a while. This was 2015. I wasn't really actively looking, but would pop on OkCupid every few weeks to see if anything interesting was in my inbox. Being female, I had a very active inbox. Sorry guys. And I noticed an email from an interesting, fairly local guy. Email was alright, asking about polyamory, which I don't mind talking about if the person asking is sincerely interested and respectful. We got into chatting, and I had zero romantic interest, but thought this could be a friendship. After a few months of chatting, he found me on the Book of Faces and asked if it was okay to send an ad request. I agreed. We'd been chatting, getting along well, and he seemed like a nice person. Little weird, but that's okay. I'm a little weird myself. No big deal. We continued to chat here, and for about 2 years. We'd sent birthday greetings, just casual friendship, and he asked me several times to meet and hang out. I've considered it, but at the time I was running my own business and working in upwards of 70 hours a week, plus maintaining my own home, raising my younger child, as the older is an adult, and trying to balance 2 partners, an extremely needy demanding alcoholic client who has no boundaries. 11 PM phone calls occurred without a note of hesitation or remorse on vacation, so meetups never occurred, but we kept in touch online. Late last year, a news story broke out about a man and his girlfriend who sexually assaulted and then killed the woman's young teenage daughter. I never connected the name until a few friends contacted me and said, "Oh, I see you're friends with Thingy in the news." The news stories all use his full legal name, not his nickname. Think Richard versus Dick, which is why I never connected the two. It was him. My then online friend of 2 years had beaten, sexually assaulted, and killed, and then dismembered his girlfriend's teenage daughter, with his girlfriend's help. He made several statements since then, stating that he's always had this fantasy, and that the child was very seductive, and that it wasn't fun finishing her, as he apparently thought it would be. It still sends a chill down my spine. I dodged a bullet big time. Be safe out there. You never know who's on the other side of that keyboard or phone call. For the last year, I've been having to go to the laundromat at least once a week, due to not being able to afford a new washer and dryer up front. It's never been an issue until a few weeks ago. I went one night, and there was an older gentleman sitting there. I've never seen him before, but there aren't really the same people when I go. At one point, I heard him mumbling to himself, but there were plenty of people, so I wasn't worried. I walked out the door to my car, and he was sitting at a table with his head down. When I got around to the driver's side of my door, I looked up at him, standing at the laundromat door, staring straight at me. I froze. I was so scared. I sent my husband a text with a full description of him just in case. Last week I was there with my oldest son, and the same man was just sitting there wearing the same outfit, so I started to wonder. We were the only 3 there, and my laundry was the only laundry being done. It clicked that maybe he's homeless, and he comes at night to stay warm. I left a couple of dollars by the vending machine when I was leaving, as I heard him get change and get a snack. A couple of nights later, I had to go again to wash blankets, and he was there once more. These 2 occasions I never got any weird vibes like the first night, and I wrote him off as harmless. Tonight, I had to go there with my 3 kids while my husband was helping a friend at his house. When we got there was no one but us, and we were sitting at the front of the place. My laundry was in washers at the back, so when I went back to check the washers, I saw it was almost done. I continued around the corner to grab a basket, and the homeless man was standing there. I jumped because I didn't hear anyone come in, and he definitely was not there when we walked in. I continued past him and walked up to the other side where my children were sitting. At this point I hear him talking to himself. She saw me and got scared and ran off. You're stupid. And I heard the bathroom door slam shut. Alarm bells are going off, and I'm quietly hurrying my kids to get their stuff gathered. I considered slipping out of the front door that we were sitting by and walking down the alley and around to my car. It was dark, and my kids were already getting scared, so I decided not to. We all held hands and walked straight to the back. I thought he was still in the bathroom because I didn't hear him come out. When we passed the sitting area in the back, he was standing there combing his hair. We continued out the door like we weren't peeing our pants scared. I got them in the car and went around to get in, and he was there again standing at the back door, staring at us. I quickly got in, locked the doors and left, and called my husband so I could pick him up. We all came back to switch the clothes and wait for them to dry. The man was still there. The man walked out staring at me the entire time. He did 2 circles around the place still staring. My husband went back in once the clothes were dry and said the man wasn't there. I'm officially creeped out by this. I plan on going during the day from now on, and I don't plan on staying if I'm the only person there. Hopefully, by the beginning of the year, I can stop going. Am I being crazy? Or is this a real creep? This story happened when I was 16. I'm 32 now, and this story has stayed with me. Then I didn't live in the best area at all. I'm well known in my city for being full of drug users, sellers and ex-convicts. So anyway, I lived with my mum, stepdad, 2 brothers and our dog, Cass. One night at around 9 p.m, my mum asked me to take the dog out for a walk. It was pretty dark, so yes mother, send your 16-year-old daughter out to walk a dog in a bad area in the dark. Smart move. For some reason, I didn't like the idea and fought with my mother about it, but she was demanding, and I was forced to do it. I went upstairs to grab my coat. As I was about to walk back downstairs, I decided I should take a little flick knife with me and popped it in my pocket just in case. I went back downstairs, clipped the lead on the dog, a medium-sized Heinz 57 dog, and set out with him. Now note that my area is like a rabbit warren. Lots of twists and turns, small passageways and dark alleys. So on my walk I tried to avoid these, but it wasn't always easy to avoid them. Cass was quite happy to sniff everything as he walked, so it was not a quick walk at all. We walked past one of the dark alleyways that led to the nearby park, and everything seemed normal, until I felt an arm wrapped around my neck and felt like I was being dragged towards the alleyway entrance. I started to scream in panic, and I heard a gruff man's voice telling me to shut up. I started to panic and dropped the lead, and in full stupid dog mode, Cass ran off in the direction of our house. Thanks, Cass. For a moment my vision blurred, as tears filled my eyes, thinking this was it. But I remembered I had my pocket knife. I reached into my pocket with one hand, while the other was trying to pry this man's arm off me. His other hand had wrapped around my stomach to drag me quicker, and I was yelling as loudly as I could. I found my knife buried under my house keys and dragged it out my pocket, pressed the little button that opened the blade out, and slammed the blade into the guy's thigh. He yelled into my ear in pain and let go of me. I booked it out of there, without looking back or grabbing my knife. Tears now flowing out my eyes, and I headed home in full sprint mode. I got home and burst through the door. The dog was in the house, with my mother taking his lead off. She looked at me and started to yell about almost losing the dog. Crying, I tried to explain what happened, but she just kept interrupting me, telling me how irresponsible I was, so I gave up and went to bed instead. She wasn't and still isn't the best parent in the world. This isn't the only time something scary has happened to me, but it sticks in my mind as the only time I ever used a knife, and lost it in the process. I miss that knife. My family is just your average Pennsylvanian family. We like to go to the lake and camp on weekends in the summer months. Usually, the lake is uneventful. My family camps in a campground, so when we get up, we go for breakfast. This town is full of old weirdos, meth heads, and drugs. The people always stare at us, and it still happens today. This place that we eat at is very small, and you go up to register to order. Anyway, we went to the restaurant to eat when I was 7. The drive-in was normal as usual, and my parents were getting gas, and I had no clue where my brother went. So I went into the restaurant by myself, which was a horrible mistake. When I went into the restaurant alone, an employee saw me and called me over. The man at the counter had black curly hair with no facial hair, and he looked pretty young to me. He said that his car doors opened up like a Lamborghini. Now, looking back on this, it was probably one of the stupidest things to say to a 7-year-old. He asked me if I wanted to see his car. By this, I was kind of weirded out by this guy, and didn't want anything to do with him. But I feared being rude, so I went with him. His car was blue and had a white stripe down the middle. "Go see it," he said, and I started to get nervous. But I obeyed anyway and went to the car, and he followed me. I was right by his car when I heard my mother screaming, "Bryce, get over here now!" So I ran to her. She looked pretty pissed, and she was, and she lectured me about not to go with strangers, but my 7-year-old self wasn't paying attention. We still ate at the restaurant, and we had another woman take our order, but for some reason I never saw the man again. At the moment, my 7-year-old self hadn't understood why that guy approached me. But just a few weeks ago, I remembered this story and got very emotional. That guy could have literally taken me away or killed me. And just like that, I could have been gone, never to have been seen again. Kidnapping is something everyone fears in the back of their heads. For some reason, though, I got lucky. Keep an eye on your young children. You never know when or where something could happen. They could be on your side 1 second, and the next they could wander off, never to be seen again. Not everyone in this world is nice and caring, and it can happen to anyone at any time. I was about 15 or 16 at the time, when I went into town to get some drinks with a bunch of friends. We were in a club at around 3 p.m. and decided to get some food. We got the food at a takeaway and walked down to the town square to go and eat it. This is where we stumbled upon a man, Roger, who was assaulting another older man. He kept giving the older man headbutts, and the older man started bleeding, and you could see that he was starting to lose consciousness. Every time he dropped to his knees, Roger picked him up and gave him headbutts again. Seemingly a friend of Roger stood next to him and just watched them. Me and my friends went to take a seat on the other side of the square, acting like we were minding our own business, but we were actually calling the police. All of a sudden, Roger's friend decides the older man has had enough. He grabbed Roger and started screaming at the older man to run. He ran away. After that, the attention was directed at us. There was no one left in the square but me and my friends, and they were still calling the police. Roger started threatening him. I told my best friend to just look at the ground and do nothing. Then Roger walked towards us and says something like, "Look at me," and began to scream it. I was so scared that I turned my head towards him, and he said, "I know your face now. If your friend called the police, you're all dead. I was so scared he would find me. I changed my appearance after this and stayed out of that part of town. Then, as if in a movie, a Porsche drove around the corner speeding towards us. Roger stepped inside, and when they were about to drive off, the police drove around the corner. The Porsche drove off, and the police stopped and we yelled, "It's him in the Porsche!" And then we heard through the police radio, "We got him," and the name of a store. I have no idea what happened. I still don't know why there was another police car there that stopped the Porsche. It doesn't seem normal. Maybe this guy was just in the right place at the right time, but what do I know? All I know is that I never want to see this guy again. A few years ago, I had a scary Pokémon Go encounter. For a bit of backstory on this, I was a vendor for a company that I will not mention. My job was to drive to my set of stores, stock the products, build displays and other retail things. I loved playing Pokémon Go with my job, since I could encounter more Pokémon in different areas rather than the city I lived in. At this point in the game's history, Mewtwo was newly released, and it was more rare than it is now. For this encounter, I was in a city I rarely did any raids in, because I didn't know anyone who played. I finished my last store for the day and pulled out my phone to see if there were any in the area that I could do. I see a few in the park, drive there, and go there so that I can play one solo. I see a group of kids with their phones out and ask them if they're about to fight the raid boss. They said that they were, and so I joined them. For context, they looked like stereotypical Mexican wannabe gang members. I've raided with various people in the past that have gang background. When I raid, I usually look at the level of the players I play with to see if I need to use my best or I can get away with using a joke team. I assumed with the large group, I could use my joke team and threw in my own Mewtwo. We didn't beat the raid boss in time, sadly, and they get upset with me that I threw in the incorrect Pokemon, and they didn't have one. Because I'm the new guy in town, they know I'm the guy with it, and they start saying things like I did various sexual acts for my Mewtwo in Spanish. I acquired it a legit way, by the way. I'm half Mexican and half white, and I know what they can say. I apologize and explained that I thought we had enough people so I could use my unserious team. It was clear that they were not amused. They were pissed, and I didn't want to cause any more problems. The next thing I know, they're pulling out knives and threatening me. They're making gestures that I perform the sexual acts on them, and after telling them no, they pull out more knives and tell me to never raid with them again or they will kill me. I quickly run to my car and drive home. I tell my local group I play with and they were shocked. In all honesty, I should have called the cops, but I have no idea who they were in order to tell the officers. Seems so silly over just a game, really. To start this story off, I was around 13 years old when this happened. I wouldn't have had such an okay reaction with this now, but it seemed harmless at the time. One winter, I had a friend visiting from another state. She rarely got to visit, and I was super excited to see her again. We both did cheerleading, so we were both really into doing backflips and stuff. So naturally, we went to a new trampoline park in town. So to give you an idea of the trampoline park, the main trampolines had 2 sets of stairs to walk up, all of the trampolines going vertically across the whole upstairs. Also, there was horizontal walkways where usually the kids who worked there would stand. All they ever did was yell at you for sitting down so you wouldn't get trampled by others. My friend and I were each on our own stretch of the trampoline. It was pretty empty in there that day, so we got lucky. Suddenly I looked up and saw a woman with a fancy camera on the walkway taking pictures. I thought that it was odd for a parent to be on the walkway, but just figured she was taking pictures of her kids having fun. I brushed it off, I did some flips, messed around and talked to my friend. Then I realized the woman was taking pictures of us. I pointed it out to my friend, and this is where things started to get kind of blurry. I don't know if the woman waved us over or walked up to us, but the next thing I remember was her showing us the pictures of us. Most of them were of my friend, and to give this woman the benefit of the doubt, my friend was pretty skilled when it came to doing different types of flips. I don't remember what she said to us exactly. I just remember thinking it was so weird that she was taking pictures of other people's kids. It wasn't even like the picture was originally of her kids and we were in the background. It was literally just pictures of me and my friends, and multiple. We stood there and watched her click through many pictures of just us. The last few things I recall were her being really weird and just seeming off trying to talk to us about the pictures. We somehow got out of the conversation and the woman left. And now that I look back on it, I don't think she even had any kids with her. This happened to me when I was 4 or 5, and my family was staying at my grandparents' house over a vacation weekend. My sister and I slept in their guest office/room, where they had a phone. One night at about 11:30, the phone rang, waking me up. My sister was still asleep, but I got up to answer it to make it stop ringing. When I picked up the phone, there was a man on the other end. I remember he sounded nice and not creepy at all. I asked him who he was and if he wanted one of my grandparents. He said he wasn't calling for my grandparents, and that his name was something that I vaguely remember, and started with an R. He then asked who I was, and I stupidly told him my name. He asked how old I was, and which grade I was in. I told him that I was 4, and that I go to preschool. I realize now how stupid it was for me to tell him this, but I was a very honest child. Then he asked, "Where do you live?" I told him I didn't really know, but he asked me to describe the area. So I talked about the church down the road and a nearby school that had a bulldog on the sign. I even told him what the name of my neighborhood that my grandparents lived in was. I then asked him why he wanted to know, and he responded, "So I can visit you." It was then that my mum's then boyfriend must have heard me talking in the room and checked to see what was going on. When he saw I was on the phone, he immediately took it from me. I remember he was angry talking to the guy on the phone and told him not to call this number again. I just stood there, realizing that I did something I wasn't supposed to. I was told to go back to bed and to not answer the phone again. The next day, my mum sat me down and explained to me what stranger danger was, and that at the time, I still didn't fully understand why the phone call was such a big deal. But years later, I understand the implications for the whole interaction, and I get chills from it. I'm thankful that I was stopped before it could go on any further. In 2010, I was living in an apartment in Central Florida with a guy who hated smoking, so I would typically go on walks whenever I had to smoke. I'm also a night person and sometimes take long walks while having a joint and listening to a podcast or audiobook for an hour or two in the middle of the night. So I went out for my usual 1 a.m. smoke walk. As I was walking for only a few minutes, when a guy in a white pickup truck slows down as he passes. He's trying to get my attention, but I pretend I didn't hear him because of my headphones. He slows down and stops right next to me, so I can't ignore him. I took my headphones off, and he immediately starts asking, "Have you seen my daughter around here? I know you have." I told him I had no idea what he was talking about, and started to walk away. Then he started screaming, "I know you've got her, you asshole. Give her back now." And he starts to get out of his truck. I immediately run away, and he gets back in, and I run around some buildings that were next to us a few times while he chased me around the building from his truck, coming nearly all the way up to the building. After about 3 times around the building back and forth, I hid in a bush where I relit my joint. He kept peeling around the block that surrounded the buildings in his truck, with a flashlight scanning for me, beeping his horn and screaming some incoherent nonsense about his daughter for a few more minutes, until he was convinced he lost me and then left. I've never had such an experience before or since, and to this day, I'm still confused about what actually happened there. This happened to me 2 summers ago, and I had pretty much forgotten about it until I found this subreddit. I was at a grocery store on a weeknight around 8 PM. This is a grocery store I shop at all the time, and while in a very urban area with some crime and odd people, nothing had ever really happened to me here other than catcalling. While I'm ringing out in self-checkout, a man in probably his mid to late 20s comes up to me. He says hi, and that his name is Mike, and shakes my hand, and asks for my name. I give him a fake one, and let him keep talking. He starts telling me about how he loves art, and thinks I'd be a beautiful model. He says he specializes in gore, and takes photos, and makes movies of girls with their guts and brains hanging out, and likes to make them more unique. He tells me he'd love for me to star in one of his movies. He wanted to see what I looked like in front of the camera, with my guts spilling out, while looking scared. The entire time, I'm just standing there petrified. Who says that to someone? This store was busy, and while some people looked over at us, no one was really close enough to hear. Eventually, I just say no thank you a few times, and he says that it was great to meet me and hopes to see me around. After he walks away, I grab my bag and bolt to my car. I'm lucky that I only had a few things, so I didn't have to take time to pack it into my trunk. I had checked my back seats and under my car, and didn't see him anywhere, so I took off. My roommate wasn't home, so I spent the next 2 nights at my boyfriend's, but still too terrified to sleep. I haven't seen him since, and thank God for that. So to preface this, I live in LA, in an area right on the cusp of being dangerous in my opinion. I had just gotten off work on Halloween at about 3 AM, and me and my brother decide to go to 7-Eleven for some snacks and candy, so that we could somewhat celebrate a Halloween spent working. We get there, and there is a visibly drunk guy idling by the door, who turns to us and smiles, and then opens the door for us and insists we go in. We say thanks and walk in. The cashier, who knows me and my brother by name, and I've never seen yell, is incessantly eyeing this guy as he goes to the cold drink aisle. I don't know what he was doing as we're looking at the candy, but the cashier starts yelling at him, telling him to get out. The guy doesn't leave, and the cashier goes to call the cops. This is when the guy starts roaming around the store, and eventually stops next to me, and starts asking me how my night was going, with both of his hands in his pockets. I tell him fine, and he starts getting closer to me, at an angle where he's almost out of my peripherals, behind me, and every time I pivot to keep him in view, he moves again. Then I fully turn to him and he says, "You know Mein Kampf, my dude?" And I say, "Yeah, I know what it is." This I assume he interprets while drunk, as I've read it. Then he asks me, "You German man? You for the Führer?" And I say, "Nah." Then he goes, "You want to die tonight, man?" "I'm ready to die tonight, man. It's been a good night." Which he says while getting really close to me. I tell him to back off, and he gets real offended, saying he's just having a conversation. I quickly walked away from him and left when my brother was done buying his food. Luckily, the cops arrived right after we left, and the guy could see us walk in the direction of our home, which was a block away. My friend and I used to hang out when I was in junior high school. We would go around causing trouble without getting into severe trouble. Teachers spoke to us about being smartasses and that kind of stuff. We were called the dark and twisty siblings, like Meredith Grey and Christina Yang. He was my first love, and his sister was overprotective of him. One night I go over to his house because his sister wanted to hang out with me. They lived a few minutes away from the police station, and 5 minutes away from my school, and 5 minutes from Cumberland. His dad was working late, and his mum worked overnight at the hospital. We go to Cumberland's, and this old man starts following us, and starts harassing us. Mind you, it's about 6:37 at night on a Friday night, and Cumberland's is a 24-hour gas station. My friend called her brother, and he comes and follows us. We go in and get what we want, and the old man is still harassing us. The lady at the register starts threatening him that she will get the cops involved. He wouldn't quit, so she got the cops involved. They came in and immediately get backup. They get him into the back of a cop car, and I questioned the cops about it. "He's a wanted man back in Massachusetts. Are you okay?" We both nodded. I wanted to piss my pants there and then. My friend and his sister were hugging each other, and I was scared shitless. He said that the man they had just arrested, they had been looking for. He was a sex offender, and a whole lot of other stuff. Thankfully, the cashier helped us. I didn't sleep that night though, neither did my friends. It was scary as hell. When I was 12, my parents left town for a second honeymoon at Niagara Falls. They left my brother, who was 17, in charge of 12-year-old me and my 10-year-old sister. A few days after my parents left, my brother told me that my sister was sleeping over at her friend's house, and that he was getting drunk and high at his buddy's place. He gave me very good instructions to not set the house on fire or to rip my balls off, and that I would have the house to myself. A few hours after my brother left, my Saint Bernard started barking his head off at the woods near my house. I thought there was just a bear or a wild dog nearby, and my dog wanted to fight. It was really aggressive towards strangers in his territory. I ignored him for about half hour, and I got sick of the barking and went downstairs to lock him in my parents' room. But as I went to go to the living room to grab him, I saw a man looking straight at my dog through the glass door. He was trying to pick the lock. I freaked out and told him to piss off, and barely managed to wrangle my dog into my room. I called the police and then my parents. The police came by 25 minutes later and basically told me they picked up a guy trying to break into a parked car, and they wanted to see if it was the guy who tried to break in, as the idiot didn't wear a mask for either crimes. Sure enough it was, and he also confessed to being the culprit behind other burglaries around town, and he also ratted out his meth cooking / selling partners. My ex and I lived in a brand new subdivision. It was 2 houses, an unfinished house and vacant lots. One area was far from our house and nearly in the woods. Late one night, maybe 2 or so in the morning, the doorbell rings and rings and rings. Finally getting annoyed and worried about our newborn waking up, Me and my ex answer the door. There's a couple, a man and a woman, standing there. They say they've broken down and need some help. They're all the way in the back of the lot. My ex is not the smartest guy, but also an auto mechanic, so he decides to help them. I tell him it seems weird. He doesn't listen, so I do the next best thing and tell him I'll drive over, leaving the baby in the house. I wait in the truck while he checks it out. They keep insisting he get under the car, under the dashboard, all sorts of weird stuff that would make him prone and easily attacked. My ex keeps telling them that he can't because he's huge. He's nearly 7 foot tall and 350 pounds. He simply doesn't fit. So he comes back to me and says now it seems weird. He's finding nothing wrong. He gets in the truck and we dial 911 and tell them we're calling a wrecker. We see these two people go running off into the woods, and so we lock ourselves in our house until the cops show up. The cops check out the scene and find the two people not hiding well due to serious amounts of drugs they're on, and realize the car is stolen. I'm positive they would have brained my ex and, given a chance, robbed the house. So two drug heads, please stay in prison and let's not meet. When my husband and I were first married, we lived in an inexpensive apartment complex with our 3 cats. Only one was allowed. Soon after we moved in, a note was slid under our door. The lettering looked like someone had cut out letters from a magazine and pasted them on paper, but it was handwritten. It said, "You are in violation of the 5.2 clause of lease with multiple pet animals. I hear the noise from your sound-producing machines in my apartment," etc., etc., with Bible quotes and more lease citations. But imagine this with creepy pasted lettering. What the actual hell? So the author of the note lived directly above us, and I was especially scared because the only way to know how many cats we had was to see them from the inside of the apartment. These notes continued with increasingly weird wording and threats. Once I was in the living room and watched a note slip from under the door. Talk about panic. I made sure the deadbolt was locked, but still felt terrified. A few days later, we found out we weren't his only targets, and that the police had been called. When they entered his apartment, it was completely bare of any furniture or belongings. They found him hiding in his closet naked. He was hauled off, and we didn't see him again, but assumed and hoped he was out of our lives. I swear that this story is true. I couldn't invent the sound-producing machine bit, even if I tried. When I was younger, my family owned an RV. We kept it parked at the back of our driveway most days, with the front facing the street. One night, I was home alone watching a movie on Netflix. When I looked out the window, there was a police cruiser and a K9 officer patrolling outside my house. For some reason, I decided it was a good idea to open the front door and ask the officer what was happening, but I got shut down and told to stay inside. Fast forward 30 minutes. I'm scared out of my wits. I'm sitting alone in my living room, and the police have now left. Despite this fact, I make the decision to try and sleep. Earlier I left the light on outside, and as I passed the window, I realize this. I go to walk away, but do a second take. I see something on the roof of our RV. Something like a bag or a lump. Upon closer inspection, it's a person. There's an actual person laying on the top of our RV. I call the police, and I get them back to my house. The man gets arrested, but not without yelling, "I'll kill that kid," before getting shoved into the back of the cruiser. I was never in any immediate danger, and I've moved since. But it still freaked me out as a kid. About 2 years ago, my significant other and one of his friends decided to utilize a nice, somewhat warm day to go fill up the tires on the motorcycle and kind of just cruise around. We set off, deciding on a nearby gas station that has an air pump on the side of the building. The lane with the pump also has a large parking lot opposite the building for reference. We pull in, both motorcycles parked next to the pump, and what appears to be a homeless man approached and was standing near me, making comments about the bikes. No big deal, we're used to having people ask questions, or older crowds share their stories of back when they used to ride, and we love hearing these stories. This man was different and scared me to the bone. I'm a small-framed female, so I made a point to try and keep moving away from him, but he kept standing close. Our friend was agitated, and my boyfriend was baffled by some of the man's comments, which started off innocent, such as, "Oh man, I love motorcycles. I would love to go on a ride with you." But then they changed to, "Why don't you drop that hooker back off at the corner and we can go for a ride?" What? There were multiple comments made about me being a hooker. My boyfriend is a very even-tempered guy, but his friend is not. The situation escalated to where I think the man was attempting to touch the motorcycles, and my boyfriend's friend ends up yelling at the guy, who then ran across the bare parking lot and into the alley. We didn't want to take off because we were heading that way, and slightly scared the man would try and do something as we rode by. My boyfriend's friend and I walked to the edge of the alley and looked towards the way the man went, and find him running in circles, yelling incoherently in the middle of the alley. We went in the other direction. When my oldest daughter was a freshman in college, she and her friends decided to get into bones. Specifically, they would pick up decaying roadkill, clean the skulls, and make art from them, or sell them. Eventually, they decided to get some fresh cow skulls to clean. They went to a local slaughterhouse and brought 3 cow heads, wrapping them in plastic garbage bags and putting them in the back of their car. On the way back to the cleaning site, they stopped at a home improvement store in the middle of nowhere to pick up some supplies. 2 people went inside, 2 people stayed with the car. After a few minutes, my daughter said, "I think the heads shifted. I'm gonna check up on them and make sure the bags didn't come open." She got out, opened the hatchbacks, and the bags toppled out, spilling blood and decapitated cow heads onto the pavement. As she jumped back, she happened to see a lone store employee pushing carts back to the store, and he saw the heads and the blood. He dropped the carts and power walked as fast as possible to the storefront, just as my daughter's friends came out. "We need to go," she said, and they all went with haste. This was about 5 years ago now. I'm sure that poor traumatized employee is hoping he never meets them again. This happened about 8 years ago in Germany. My daughters were 4 and 2.5. It was a very nice morning, so I decided to take my girls to a little mall and walk around and do some shopping. My girls are always very well behaved and never ran away from me. Usually, we always held hands walking around when it's an area with many people. On this day, the mall was almost empty. Still, the girls stayed on my hands. I noticed a man passing me. He looked at my daughters with a very stern look that gave me a bad vibe. I just brushed it off and kept walking. We wanted to go to a shoe store. This store had a very cute play area that the girls liked to go to. As we entered the store, they asked if they can run ahead to the play area. I could see it right while walking in, as it was at the end of the wide walkway. I told them yes, and they took off. At that exact moment, the same strange man burst into the store and speedwalks past me towards my daughters. It didn't even take me a second to realize that he was up to no good. He was absolutely focused on getting them. Fast. I instantly started to yell while running past him. I said, "Girls, come here now." I am never very stern, but they sensed that I was serious. He got thrown off by my yelling, and I got to my daughters before he could. Turned around, and he was running out the store. I was so shaken. A store worker came up to me and asked what happened, and I told her. I waited for a while, until I felt like myself again, and left the store and mall with both of my babies in my arms. Before I moved to the US permanently, I visited for 3 months, twice. I come from a country where you're safe everywhere, in general and especially in your home, and there are also very few robberies. So I went to the US for the first time and never felt scared. Everything was normal, and I lived in an apartment complex that looked like a 2-floor motel. I was on the first floor. There was a sliding door, and I kept it partially open all day because I smoked back then. Then one night I was home alone, and I sat with my back to the sliding doors as usual. I know that's kind of weird, but it wasn't to me, because I'd always felt safe growing up where I did. I started to hear a sound behind me, like someone moving in the grass, and I didn't think about it much. Animals moved back there all the time, especially raccoons. And growing up in the woods, I was used to all the animal sounds. I kept hearing this sound, shuffling and moving right outside the door. I turned around and saw a man in the doorway. He was standing there looking at me. His eyes looked confident, just a few feet behind me. He'd been there a good while. I'd been ignoring the sounds for at least 20 minutes. I saw him and got angry and yelled him to get the hell away. He did, and I never kept that door open again. This is something that I've kept to myself for a long time, but figured that now, years later, I could probably tell my story safely. On a Saturday night, I was on my way to the bus stop to pick up a friend. The plan was to have a drink together. In our city centre, a not-so-healthy-looking guy asked me if he could borrow my phone to make a quick call. I denied by saying that I don't have a data plan. I lied, and continued to walk to the bus stop. This guy followed me all the way. It seemed as if he was also waiting for the bus. Then my friend called. I took my phone and answered my friend's call. While holding my phone to my ear, this weird guy stood right behind me. I was not fully aware of this, but I felt like I was being watched and held my phone tightly. Then, that guy tried to grab my phone from behind me while I was calling. I'm not sure why I did that, but I turned around and asked, "What are you doing?" The guy answered my question with, "I thought you had no data plan, now give me that phone." To which I replied with, "No way!" The guy tried to grab my phone again. He was unarmed, and I decided to run and call the police. The truth is, before the robbery attempt happened, I accidentally dropped my phone and the screen cracked really badly. I had no money to buy a new phone, and I told my insurance I dropped the phone during this robbery attempt. This guy got caught fairly quickly, because he was already in the police system. He paid for my new phone. Impertinent stranger, let's not meet again, or you'll be losing even more money to my luxury. This happened not long ago, and still gives me the chills to this day. Me and my friend were driving along an empty road. We were driving home from a wedding, and my friend was the designated driver. It was pretty late, and the road was pitch black. We were getting close to the nearest town, when I see the outline of someone laying on the road. Luckily, my friend managed to swerve and we stopped across from the figure. We were debating whether to get out of the car, when the figure jolted up and looked around and spotted the car. He started to speed right to our car and began banging on the window. "Open the door! I only want to say hi." Luckily, we had the doors locked and sped away. Who knows what he wanted?